Hello, everybody, and everybody's in the right place. I love this. Why is the why is that not in the right place? Hey everybody, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. It is time yet again for another Witcher Sunday. You will notice that we are down a werewolf. We are sorry that Norden cannot join us tonight, but I'm sure that nothing will go wrong in his absence. In any way, shape, or form. But why don't we go introduce the two people I do have? How about we start with Pope? How are you doing, Pope? How's life for you? How's things doing?
Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope World Build on the internets over at Blue Sky and start playing games. Here with the wonderful Witcher crew playing Sir George Bedden. Both of us use he, him pronouns. I'm doing well. I there's a laundry list of things that I feel await us, that things that need to be addressed, but at the same time, I'm not certain we have all of the specialties needed to handle certain questions.
Questions. Okay. What questions are we concerned about?
How do we fix a curse?
Is that like fixing a problem like Maria?
Uh, Pens. Is Maria another name for curse?
Hmm. It depends on what the abbess thought. I mean, some people would say that she did think that.
Great. Do we really need to bring and mash those two things up? The Sound of Music meets Witcher. There you go.
I mean, I've heard of worse things. Hey PB, how are you?
Hello. I am good. Hello. Today I'm playing Verna Bruta, a dwarven doctor, she, they pronouns, and I am very excited to play with you guys today and see what very peaceful shenanigans we get into today.
Indeed. Indeed. Peaceful shenanigans, absolutely no dramas, no problems, no failures, no issues.
Only good positive things.
No secret documents that I was sent over the course of the week.
Secret documents?
Mm-hmm. 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 Nope, nothing suspicious at all happened this week, actually.
No, nothing suspicious at all. But hey, everybody, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. Thank you all, everybody, for being here. Thank you to my players. As Hawkeye has just started out, you can donate to these players channel points to give them luck. They might need it. I'm still sitting on 10 that I haven't used. But last week, where were we? Yes. The family manse, that's where we were. And last week we had the joy of dealing with an undead incursion in the home of one. Why is it not wanting to work today? In the manse belonging to the Princess Madras and her brother. A few, undead that reassembled. There was a hurried travel through the house, discovery of these undead popping out of the ground like daisies, one might say. Discovery of a ritual being focused at the very top of the house in the private rooms of Madras. Two figures that unfortunately Carrick successfully dispelled the ritual upon, that led to exploding focus. Unfortunately, in this case, the focus for the ritual was a person, and she went boom, and then all the juicy bits went all over the place. It was a big mess. It was a Sam Raimi, Bruce Campbell level mess. There was, I believe, a passive seduction, a active attempt to understand what was going on, family bonding between George and Carrick, bonding between Runa and Cleglis. Oh wait, and Runa and a few other people. Oh, and Runa decided to mess around with some interesting components. And now has 8 units of a venomous poison, tasteless, odorless, dissolves in liquids, and when used against those of the elven persuasion, a 50% chance of bleed. Because, you know, anticoagulants are a thing. Most venoms are anticoagulant, by the way. This is just worse. And then discovery of some information about the attackers, the fact that they were all human, likely an attempt to muddy, but they were all dressed as elven dissidents, likely an attempt to muddy the rumor mill. And then George proposed that Carrick and Eleanor should go and have a conversation with Nausha. And that conversation went mostly successfully, I want to say. But where we're going to pick up is actually that evening after cleanup has been successful. The undead have been categorized. There were about 20 of these poor individuals that you are pretty sure came from one of the villages over the Kestrels that you were sent to investigate the missing people for. And it is through that investigation, understanding, correlation, that, you know, perhaps this is all a complicated plot. The answer is it is a very complicated plot. But it is the beginnings, as we say. And so we're going to begin after the bodies have been removed, each of them wrapped in a fine, undyed linen shroud, excuse me. The day was been long for everyone involved, some more than others. But night, you're all now been well fed. Mostly soup and sandwiches, but you know, soup and sandwiches are very helpful. And you have all, you know, night has fallen. It's late enough that everyone has retired for the evening. Where do we find George this evening?
George is uh actually probably walking down the hall towards wherever Runa is. Is he has concerns.
Runa's rooms are still the same. You and Cleglis are still, have the same rooms on that same second floor down the hall from Eleanor.
And Runa's there, if you would like to find her there.
Yes, he will like knock.
Hey, roll me just like a cheeky awareness, just to see something.
Oh dear. Okay. 21.
You're going to hear shuffling towards the door, and in the background, you're going to hear what suspiciously sounds like what people in like meme culture might understand as like head desk, just like a loud repeated heavy knock against something wooden.
Mm-hmm.
In at a 21, probably in frustration, I think you would find, as the door opens up, and it's Cleglis opening the door.
Cleglis will open the door, lean over her shoulder. It's like, darling, you're just gonna give yourself a bruise. That's
Sorry, is this a bad time?
It's always a bad time. It's always a bad time. It's never a good time. Hey,
no,
George,
no, it's
what's,
not. Why don't you come in, George?
I so sorry.
George, in.
Oh, okay, I'm coming in. Thank you.
What can I do you for, George?
Well, it's more about the concerns with the self-cursing thing and it affecting my sleep. And I don't necessarily want to cause the same issue as last time. So I was wondering if there's something that we can do so I don't sleep.
So you don't sleep. There is, but are you sure that that's the solution we want to approach this with?
Until we can get a number of educated and able parties to take a good look at whatever is wrong with me and find a solution. This seems a good temporary measure, at least in theory. But again, you're the doctor, so you tell me if this is viable or if I'm deeply out of my own mind.
And in like a lower voice, not so much a whisper, but just like quieter, she'll be like, are you sure you want to stay up all night?
I have things that I could be doing. I have given thought that no, again, I I thank you for concerned over my current emotional state, not just the physical, but I have things that I can be doing. I made myself a list before coming here. That's why it's so late.
Of course. Give me a moment and Runa will go and grab her bag and dig through it a little bit and pull out some what I'm sure pretty much just looks like some dried herbs and dust to you, George. And she'll sit at the desk real quick and look at it. And the hesitation, not so much from the inability of doing it, but just like, is this a good idea? But Verna doesn't have an answer for this. I mean, and this is all telegraphed on her face. She's not able to hide this right now. It's a positive. Should I? Is this the best option? Can I think of anything better? It's a magic thing. I can't do anything about magic, so I guess this is the best I can do. Oh yeah, and with the 26, I'll create some a very similar herb that you've never seen because you weren't there. It is it's in like a bundle to be chewed.
He was, because you took it the
He
day
was?
he took it when you tried to send both of them to sleep in the tent
You're right.
after Carrick broke his arm, but he didn't see what it was. He just saw the after effects.
True. So I'm like, all right, well, here you go. All you have to do is chew on it for a little bit, and you should be able to stay up all night, no problem.
Thank you. Hopefully this is going to be solved soon.
Just, be safe. If you need to speak to someone, there's plenty of people around.
Yes, but those people need sleep. I have a number of revisions I can be doing. I've got drop spindle, some music I can work on. There's a number of things to keep me occupied.
All right, well, but if you start to feel particularly strongly in one way or another, maybe find someone to distract you instead.
Also, I'm certain there's some. You would think this place has a decent library. There's stuff I can read.
Sure. All of that involves being in your head, though, and that's what I'm a little bit worried about.
Again, I've found working on drop spindle. It's something I learned when I was a kid. Because we always need thread to repair insert thing here. Allowed me to get to sort of like a meditative state. So I've got a good bit of wool from the local area, and I can at least make thread.
I'm gonna try, but it's not gonna succeed. But I'm just gonna see how. I'm just gonna look at you and perceive. Like, all right. I mean, you know yourself best, George, but just don't need another curse going at you. I think one's enough.
If I manage to somehow curse myself a second time, I am far more talented in ways of magic that I don't think any normal man should be. And I don't think that's hopefully what I am destined for.
All right. Well, is there anything else you need from me, George, or are you?
Well, that's just wanted to touch base. I see that you are probably in the middle of something, so I'll let you get back to whatever that is. Though, if you need me for any reason, any help, feel free to reach out. I will be just down the hall.
Make sure you have someone. People know where you're going.
Down the hall. Otherwise, I'm going to try and find the library.
All right. Well, be safe, George, and don't feel too much.
And he bumbles off.
Bumbles off down towards his rooms. Excuse me. I have the hiccups, I'm sorry.
All good.
You're fine. Hiccups are hiccups.
It happened to us all.
Yeah, okay. The problem is that I can't talk at the same time. That's kind of the problem.
Fair.
But George leaves, And the camera's going to stay in Runa's room for a moment as Clegless closes the door and then with distinction locks it and slides the bolt. Like, makes it very... And now they can't... No more. It is no more. They are done. For the day.
I mean, unfortunately, I am also the royal physician, apparently, so
I saw
if one of these idiots gets hurt, it does come back to me.
That's what they can send a messenger for? Like, that is acceptable. Medical, I understand, medical necessity is a thing, darling, but... everyone else can go away.
That's honestly preferable. Forever, I think.
Not necessarily forever, but at least for this evening.
Well, that wouldn't be a bad thing. But for this evening, absolutely. May they all fuck off and do their own thing tonight.
Very true. May they go off and find whatever they wish somewhere that is not here. You have the look, dear.
It's just a lot. Just a lot. A lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's been happening over the last, God, what's it even been? Less than a week? A couple of days? 2 days?
5, 6. Darling.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You have the Lavinia look.
Now, what could that possibly mean?
Usually it means that you've come to some sort of conclusion that you don't want to talk about.
Is it don't want to talk about or can't talk about?
Are they not the same thing?
These days, it seems it is. There's just a lot of moving parts. I don't know where they all point. It's very frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to interact with any of them. I don't want to follow any of the mysteries or any of the paths. I just want the dangers that are endangering us to be dead so we can go off and live our own lives.
Which means we have to engage with one of the mysteries. So which one are we picking, dear?
At this point, I fear all of them are intertwined. It starts with one side of... I feel like I have one side of the thread and the other, and then the rest of it is just tangled up, and I keep finding other ends of yarn. Meaning there's more there than I thought was originally. I signed up for Fallen Leaves Francesca. And now in between that is elves and undead and curses, strange voices, people messing with minds. And it's fucking wild hunt daggers, undead witchers. It's just... I don't know who any of these goddamn people are. I don't even know where to start. It's clearly some sort of noble, rich, hoity-toity motherfucker playing around with dead people, and I don't know any of those.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who do know who those people are don't want to talk about it, and I don't, and now we're gonna go... I don't know that. And I'm also trying to find a way for Alienor and her sons not to die on this plane because of stupid elvish bullshit. And it's all a lot. And all I want to do is be here with you and nowhere else.
So it sounds like I have a giant knot of yarn to untangle.
We have a giant knot of yarn to untangle.
And it usually works better if I just hand you an end and let me pull it all apart.
Yes, but
So
it's a very dangerous.
I didn't even get anything on my dress tonight.
Yes, but I fear that these were just the fodder.
Of course they are.
The wraiths they fought were significantly more concerning, and more concerning yet were the elves that led themselves into a ritual sacrifice.
We don't know that. All we know is that there were elves with ritual sacrifice with no obvious means of defensive wounds. That does not necessarily mean that they led themselves. Mental magics are a thing. But what thread end are we pulling on? Focus there. Find the end.
I guess
Pull it out.
the most prevalent, I guess, I don't know. It has to be whoever this necromancer is and who their allegiances are with.
Okay, right.
So if we know what that is, that will help out a lot, and it'll help us figure out who placed the Witcher and the Scribe in that village as a trap, a means of distraction. I'm unsure. And then Carrick's acting weird about all of it, and
Well, no, Carrick's acting weird because he can't deal with the fact that his emotions are tied to an individual who he... Young love coming back from the dead is always a thing. Look, I'm
yeah,
going to be
well,
very honest, Runa. I like Carrick. He's fun.
mhm.
That man just needs to eat something and get over it.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's that easy.
This is true. I've had to have that conversation with you multiple times, and as many times as I tried to have that conversation with you, and it involved eat something, you're not in love with them, they're just hungry.
No. It's been a long time. We're not going to bring that back up, but it's more than that. It's the weight of, I think, the responsibility of everything that is really falling heavy on his shoulders. I mean, you don't know, but Carrick is very much the type to just carry everything himself so he can find a solution for it.
Well, do you have enough blunt objects? We can just hit him over the head enough that'll remind him that there are other people involved.
Oh no. There is not enough in the world to convince that man to not do things by himself. I've only yelled to him about it, 3 times in the past 2 days about it? And yet we're still here. And unfortunately, people just keep making it seem like he does need to be involved in everything.
The burden of being a responsible one that people can turn to.
It's awful. People wonder why I don't want titles. Everyone just keeps asking you for things.
This is true.
I mean, the money's nice, but...
Money is very nice. Money is very nice, dear. Also, the agreement he gave us, very helpful. I like Eleanor. Madras is a hoot. She's a dear. Maybe we bond with her and get the... I think between the two of us, we can at least get Carrick to sit down and maybe realize that not everything is his responsibility by himself.
With Madras, that is his sister. That is getting him to take their relationship dynamic is something that I don't think I'll ever understand. They seem like they like each other, but Carrick has told me a lot over the years to suggest otherwise. And they seem very chummy, and it's very confusing.
See, I think, dear, you're
Now, here.
confusing like and love.
Is there a difference?
I can love my siblings and still hate their guts.
That's an oxymoron?
No. It's very simple, dear. So, oh no, I wouldn't have met. You haven't met him. Sorry, darling. There are some members of my family that you might meet eventually, if they ever come back from wherever the fuck they fucked off to. But, you know, my youngest brother, bless him, I love him dearly. But I am quite glad that I haven't had to speak to the man in 35 years. However, if he did contact me that he needed help, I'd be there in a heartbeat.
Doesn't that mean you have to also like him
No.
to want to do that?
I can punch him in the nose for all of the times I've caught the man being a drunken asshole. Think of it more along the lines of, I can love the person but hate his behavior.
That's, I get, I don't know. I don't know. It's all,
there also seems to be a lot more undiscussed, complicated family dynamics between Madras and her brother.
That's a bunch of noble bullshit.
It's not really noble bullshit so much it is family bullshit. Any sort of family will eventually have a level of bullshit. It's how much and how overwhelming it becomes. Take George, for instance. The man is obsessed with it not being his father to such a degree that he's turning into his father.
Don't let him hear you say that.
Or more accurately, he ran so far from being his father that he's convinced that he will never be his father and hasn't looked into the underlying reasoning of why that emotional tie will still be there regardless of the actions he chooses to take.
Because you can love a person and hate them at the same time?
Yes. Love the person, hate the actions.
I don't know how you would do that at the same time, though, but I guess George seems like the type.
Think about certain people you know, dear.
I mean, who would I know aside from Carrick and George?
Oh, come now.
It's Madras. Conir? Don't really know that, man. I don't really know many people nowadays, darling.
But there are people you've known before.
I mean, plenty, but it's been, what, 40, 50 years since I last talked to really anyone aside from Carrick and you?
Well, you know, that Trubar fellow.
Which one?
Not the asshole. Let me phrase that. Not the asshole who we would happily just avoid for the rest of eternity, but his father. His father was a dick, by all accounts. But that's what you get for dealing with a politician.
Of course, I mean, it's why I don't like nobility very much now, isn't it? But
now, come now, don't blame the father for the son's sins.
No, but got it from somewhere now, didn't he?
Probably.
And he, I guess, I don't know. It's just, I wish the solutions were a lot easier than they are. Back then, it was just, oh, you're bored watching your parents perform? Go take a class with my children, including the asshole son, might I add.
I still think you should have punched him in the nose at least once.
Maybe when he was a child, before he became a councilman.
Well, just because he's a
And
councilman doesn't mean you can't punch him in the nose now.
And wasn't exactly built for combat, dear.
Well, then I'll do it.
No, because if things go tits up, you are going to take that ring around your neck and you're going to go to Mahakam. You're going to show them that ring. And if that man is worth anything, he will take you in sanctuary until shit's dealt with.
Well, I'd much rather have a conversation with Durin than that asshole. There are plenty of options, dear.
Sure, but Durin is speaking of family, he doesn't want to be part of anything big. And unfortunately, the asshole is knee-deep in it. He loves that shit.
Well, Durin's bigger problem is that he doesn't want to pick a side. That's what happens when you're emotionally tied to both parties, dear.
Exactly. And one of them is knee-deep in there. And if it comes down to it, and it's you and our child, well, I would like you to choose the safer option.
Of course I'm going to choose the safer option. When necessary.
And Durin will always be there. Like you said, if we ever need him, Durin will be there, but I would rather you go for plan A than plan B.
Well, honestly, that's like plan C and D. I figure much more helpful to hang out here with a dragon, dear.
I mean, it depends on what kind of bullshit this ends up unraveling into.
The kind of bullshit that deals with probably 3 weddings and a funeral.
You're not wrong, actually. That's actually probably very accurate.
The only question is, whose weddings are we attending, and am I performing the ceremonies?
Well, that's fair. It depends who asks. I know they have their own religion up here. Don't know how that works.
I'm actually quite intrigued. It's quite pleasant recently. Look, being acknowledged as a religious entity, but not being sought after for religious advice. Brilliant balance. So nice. But it is late. You are tired. You must sleep.
I'm always going to be tired, I think.
Let us get
you must be tired too. You were fighting all day or something.
Not all day.
What have you been up to? It's all been about me. What do you do this past week?
Oh, plotting, conniving, discussing, getting affirmations from everyone and their brother that Francesca Findabar is not worth living.
That seems pretty. She did not seem very liked in general, even before everything, actually.
Probably not. I had a pleasant conversation with a Kenna, a mage, before they left.
One with Avanda?
Yes, the healer.
Yes. Of course.
Pleasant enough. There was some slight judgment over, the religious versus the arcane, but I'm not surprised.
I mean, you're the same way with the druids, darling.
That's not the same thing at all. The two of us, at least, can both respect I can respect the Aretuzans and their dedication to their craft. The druids sit out there in the middle of nowhere and smoke shit and then blame the rest of us for their problems. Do you know that one of the circles in the south that wants to get into marketing? Souvenirs.
The druid circle?
Yes.
Isn't that, like, against what they believe in?
You would think so. I would think so. But apparently this is a thing that they're discussing.
In the south? I mean, the southern people are always a little odd. Go past the mountains and you really don't know what's going on down there.
But they want to get into selling souvenirs from the circle, you know, little necklaces and whatnot. And I'm like, I understand the need for artisan manufacture and desire, but perhaps not in the same, like, maybe just licensing?
I mean, it depends how popular they are as a circle. Are they a well-known circle? Are any of the circles well-known?
There's a few of them, I guess.
Are they one of them?
I would assume so. I didn't actually pay attention to them. I should look into it more. Oh, but I have that between everything else.
They're not worth your time. Rumors will fly up as we need to hear them.
Yes.
We have. Did you learn anything about Carrick's supposed paramour?
Gwendolyn, yes, darling. So, rumor has it she's a daughter of a minor nobility of some note, tied to his grandfather's through loyalty, much more seems to be. The girl herself, not much older than him, perhaps 6 months a year at the outside, but hasn't been seen in almost 30 years.
She hasn't been seen missing, or
no one knows, but her father keeps making reports about she's in seclusion for her academics, and that he gets periodic letters that he shares with, you know, the people that are in the known, but at the same time hasn't been seen in almost 30 years.
That is concerning. Where is her father? Is he a nobility up north?
Oswald. No, he's apparently out in the eastern towards the Blue Mountains with the rest of the elven kingdoms.
30 years ago.
If it was 20 years I'd go. I might ask if she was on the wrong side of perhaps a little
rebellion.
Yeah.
30, that's very odd.
It's a little outside the expected number there. But no, he's Oswald is an advisor, accountant, really, is what people keep telling me.
Interesting, and that's the one they want him to marry. You think they would have kept a closer eye on him, unless they were expecting Carrick to die.
Why would you assume anything? You'd perhaps be expecting Carrick wouldn't have to deal with it for quite a while. I mean, she's what? Not even 200 years old? How old's Carrick? 120? Perhaps they didn't even, you know, her education would be considered to be a valid reason to be unseen, but for 30 years, I think even that's a little excessive for most elven population.
To not be seen is the odd part, I think. That's why I think you would want to keep track of them. I mean, Carrick's supposed to be the next in line for the throne. You would want everything. You would think they would want everything to be as rigid as possible. I mean, some of the language in their documents, just from hearing about it, is so stringent. It's odd that they haven't been stringent about this. Even if I know 30 years is nothing to an elf, but even still.
Yes.
I think they just keep track of it. Oswald.
And, you know, by all accounts, there's regular communication with both her father and friends that she had through letters. There's no expectation that she's harmed in any way, just...
Oh, but letters, I mean...
Yes, of course, I think that, but I know people like to say I have a suspicious mind.
Well, I mean, you do.
I rather think that it's planning for all contingencies.
What was it, 30 years you were planning for all contingencies?
You know, waste not, want not.
For 30 years? Hey, there, you have something in common with her, but at least someone was seeing you for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
You should have said something. You knew that I did not pick up on anything prior to that.
Well, it had less to do with you and more to do with her.
Yeah, but I was part of that. I was the other half of that.
Yeah, but I knew you'd come around to it in your own time when you were ready, because you needed that, and that's the way your brain worked. And honestly, she's a cunt.
Okay, all right. She's really nice. She's a very kind person. Just because I almost married her doesn't mean that she is a bad person.
No, but she likes to manipulate you, dear.
She didn't manipulate me.
The last 3 times she cried was over absolutely nothing, and you still went running to her to see if she was okay.
Because she was crying. Why wouldn't I go and see what was wrong with her?
She started crying the minute you said you wanted to discuss your relationship and perhaps have a valid discussion about the ways in which you could have a relationship while you were separated.
Because she wanted me to be there.
It's called emotional manipulation, dear.
Well, I'm also emotionally dense, so maybe sometimes you need to give a little encouragement there.
There's encouragement, and then there's, oh no, you can't leave me. What would I ever do?
Okay, she didn't sound like that, and we both know it.
She totally did. I can say that she did.
She is still there. You could just go listen to her. And
no, I don't need to.
We both know.
We have an agreement. We stay very far away from each other, and I don't stab her through the throat.
Well, see, if you were to go stay with Durin, she'd be right across the street.
And then I'd stab her through the throat. Dear, is this really what you want?
That's why I say go live with Councilman Cunthead. And then no one would get stabbed and no one would be tried.
Except
and
him.
Then our child wouldn't be orphaned.
You know I would stab him.
Yes, but like there's more understanding between like the councilman and people like would understand actually probably your actions that they've wanted to do for a while. And you were under duress, you know, any number of things could be true in that situation. I don't think that people would look kindly on you stabbing the kind lady who bakes very good food and pastries for them. I think that one will go down a little harder.
I still say that if she shows up again, I will.
I'm with you now. I'm with you now.
It has
There's no
nothing
danger.
It has nothing to do with you or jealousy or your belief that you would choose her over me in any way, shape, or form. For any reason.
Yeah? Are we sure about that?
No, it has everything to do with I just hate her voice and the way she tries to manipulate you as if you're unintelligent.
Sounds a little bit like maybe you're still not over it.
I'm very over it.
I just think it's been 50 years, 60 years, 60 years. And I don't think you're over it.
Oh, darling. I'm very over it.
After this conversation, I'm starting to think you might not be.
What do you want me to do to convince you?
Maybe not stab her through the throat. She was really nice to me when we were together.
I promise not to stab her through the throat.
Or do any other unnecessary bodily harm to her that is undeserving through direct action.
I promise not to do any unnecessary bodily harm to her through direct action.
Oh, don't give me lawyer talk. You know what I mean. Or indirect action. She's a baker doing her own thing in life. Last I heard, I think she's married. So, like, don't even worry about it. And maybe don't go visit her without a chaperone. She was nice.
Darling, there's a very big difference between nice and kind. I am frequently nice to a large number of people. I'm kind to a very select few.
Won't I know it? It's charming. I find it charming.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
But, just don't hurt her. It's not anything misplaced. It's just she's done very right by me in the time we've known each other. And the time I've not even spoken to her. You know, she still hasn't said anything about things, even now.
But I think you need to rest. I need to rest. And in the morning, find out what is important and who we need to talk to about various things.
I need to also go foraging for ingredients.
You don't have to go foraging. You just walk out the door. You just walk into the alchemists.
Well, there's some things that are just really easy to get. I saw them when we were riding in the first time. They're just out in the field. It seems a waste to just not go out and get them.
I think it seems a waste to have access to everything and then...
But then I owe them, and I don't want to owe them.
I think it's part of your payment as a doctor, dear.
Yes, but nobility are weird. It's like...
Dear.
Mm-hmm.
Your nobility.
Don't say that. That's
you
gross.
Have a title and land.
Okay, none of which I asked for, and it seemed impolite to say no.
It doesn't matter whether it was impolite to say no or whether you asked for it. You have it.
But I don't want it.
Well, I don't want to be the person that everyone looks to every time they want to have a wedding or a funeral. But it does so. Suck it up, dear.
I'm still gonna go up foraging. They're easy to get. They're out in the field.
And it's nothing to do with you avoiding Carrick.
Has nothing. Not everything has to do with Carrick and what I am or am not feeling. Sometimes a woman just wants to go out in a field and pick some goddamn herbs.
Fine. You can go in the morning and go pick some God's damned herbs.
Thank you. That's all I want to do. It'll be nice, it'll be peaceful, and no one will be trying to kill me, probably. Most likely. No, they'll probably try to kill me. God damn it. It's okay. I'll bring someone with me. We have plenty of strong, charming individuals here.
Your
Can accompany
cousin,
me.
apparently.
I could ask Conair if he's still around. That is in the morning. Maybe I send him something. What time is? I mean, George still felt it appropriate to come and bother me at this hour. I probably sent out a letter requesting.
Sending a message requesting his presence tomorrow as a bodyguard while you go digging for herbs.
Don't say it like that. It's very necessary to do. I say as I'm like going over and starting to scribble on a note.
Mm-hmm.
Just sending a message to Connor, humbly requesting his
Mm-hmm.
services in the morning. And I just it is a some of these things are difficult to get in different parts of the area, and it just so happens that they have a field of them. And I just think that I need to get more used to it. Look, I don't do alchemy very often, and I think I need to get used to it as I go and unbolt jump and unbolt the door. And thank you. And I'll open the door.
It's easy enough to find
And
a footman walking around, but also Eleanor is the next room over from you. You don't know where Conier's room is, but it's where hers is.
well, it seems kinder to send it that way. If I don't get a request by the morning, I'll ask Eleanor.
Mm-hmm.
But not everything has to go through Eleanor. I can do things too in the normal. I'm a noble, apparently. I have to get used to doing some of this bullshit.
Yes.
And it's like, that'll be the last thing I do for the night. Now we can go and try to sleep.
Good. And she will close and bolt and lock the door and go, and now get some sleep.
I promise to try.
I can help you with that.
Yes, but then how will you sleep?
Very easily.
Well, now how would I know? Because I'm being put to sleep.
I guess you'll just have to trust me, dear.
Well, I've always trusted you.
And I have faith in you and some higher powers.
Well, I mean, you have a direct line, so I could see why.
It's still good to have faith.
I mean, I was basically born with it, so. All right, priestess of Melatelli, do your worst, as I'll get into bed and settle in.
Uh-huh. And she will start humming. Again, that kind of lullaby that acts basically like a calm emotions kind of spell.
Mm-hmm.
Which doesn't put you to sleep, but just puts you in a more really mellow state.
Mm-hmm.
To make it easy.
Seeing me.
Just puts you in makes you mellow. And then you can fall asleep naturally.
Mm-hmm.
George.
Yes.
What you doing?
Taking the medicine that Bruno so graciously gave me,
Mm-hmm.
and headed to trying to find the library.
Roll me. How are you doing this? Are you just looking around, or are you going to ask for assistance?
I'm going to ask for assistance again. I am not somebody who cases joints and things like that. I just ask people.
If you ask like a wandering footman, they'll be happy to direct you to like a kind of a sitting room on the first floor where there are books, but it's not a library that you would consider as such.
Okay. What are the contents of these?
Mostly fiction.
Uh, something from nonfiction. Though anything like gathering of local legends, or is this like I know these authors?
You mostly know these authors. If you ask about those local legends, roll me deduction.
15.
You had a very informative conversation with Carrick earlier in the day. They don't write their stories.
It's oral histories, and there has been no one from outside that culture who has collected these and written them down. There is the responsible thing I could do, or the irresponsible thing I could do.
Roll the will save. I feel like we've just established that's a thing now in this game.
I rolled an 8. My will is an 8.
Here's the thing: you need to roll below.
Below. Okay, so
that's the thing about wills. It's not needed.
It's go on there. Mm-hmm. Okay, so George is going to change clothes. Mm-hmm. And he's going to see if there's a local tavern nearby that's still open.
How are you leaving the manse? Like, are you trying to sneak your way into the and around, or just?
He is not going to deliberately sneak, but he is going to be subtle.
Okay.
He's not going to announce to the room, "I'm going out." No, it's along the lines of just complete change of clothes, far less grandiose, actually using some of the clothing that he's been gifted, and going out and just not through like the main door, but one of the side doors, and just heading off into town.
So I have a question. When you say clothes that you had been gifted,
yes,
are you going to wear the kilt?
Yes.
Cool. Good to know. Thank you very much.
And the scarf.
Yes. They coordinate. They do not clash, but they are coordinating. The scarf is of like a deep, almost deeper cobalt. Not quite a navy or a royal blue, but that warmer cobalt tone with a darker hue. Mm-hmm. And it's this subtle under thinner color in the tartan. That's mostly green and dark browns with white accents. By the way, let's take a note I have to do. All right. Roll me streetwise to find the pub.
Oh dear. Okay, streetwise.
Unless, of course, you wish to ask somebody for directions.
I'm even just trying to find where streetwise is located on this shit.
It is. Hold on. It is there, right? Hold on.
Okay, it's intelligence.
It's intelligence. Okay. I was like, wait.
I'll spend 2 luck on this. 18.
I had this moment of, wait, did I call for another roll of a skill that's not in this R. Tolstoyan game, but in others? No, it is there. So an 18. George, you are the child of wandering minstrels, players, ne'er-do-wells, and bards. Finding a pub is not hard. Like, that's just a thing. It exists. It is easy enough to find. In addition, you realize that it's kind of like you come down the mountain from the manse into the castle town, which is a sum total of like a crossroads and a couple extra streets. Mostly the artisan support that you would expect for a landed gentry like this. There's a pub, there's, a store, there's a potter, at one end there's a tanner, and blacksmith, all the kind of things that you'd expect at kind of grow up around a castle town, right? But the pub is easy enough to find at the center of the crossroads. And it is further even better because Siobhan runs the place. You see this elven woman, tightly braided back, red curls, thick, heavy wool shawl draped across her shoulders, even behind the bar. Intricately woven patterns and embroidery details on her pinafore apron. You can hear the music before you see it. It is not rowdy per se, but perhaps one might say lively.
Just, again, politely going in, quietly, trying not to draw any attention to himself. Goes up, like, he and Siobhan met.
Yes.
Not for a long period of time, but briefly.
No, she gave you drinks.
Yeah. Just goes, just gonna grab a seat in the back, but can I grab whatever, like, the last bit of the winter cider and like some bread, some cheese.
Bread and cheese I can give you, but winter cider's all. There's no cider up here. I got something better for you, though.
Sure. Whatever you recommend.
Have yourself a seat, sir. I'll be happy to bring it out to you in just a second. Oi! And she rattles off something at one of the guys down the bar who was leaning a little too far forward. But, you know. And as she, it's a couple minutes, there's a good music going. There is all of the conversation that you can hear around you is in dialect. No one is speaking Northern. It's a pretty balanced, most of the people you hear are the people that you saw at the feast, right? The festival. Even if you didn't know who they were, you clock that they're locals. A couple even nod at you as you come in. Unless you're trying to hide, you're real obvious.
Not trying to hide, just not trying to stand out. He's going to be there. He's going to sit back, and he's just going to listen. Mm-hmm. He's going to try and soak up everything he can, and then, like, not quite 13th Warrior this, but is going to start, like, studying, like, some of the back and forth in the conversation, studying the music that's being played, and just trying to slowly, gradually pick things up, just through immersion.
Remembering, of course, that didn't take place in a single day, and immersion does not help you that quickly.
No, but this is the start of the process.
Yep. Siobhan will bring you over some cheese, smoked meat, and a bowl with a white liquid in it.
Thank you. Is there a proper way I'm supposed to go about this?
No, just drink it and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Oi! Oi! And she rattles off, and you can hear a piercing whistle as she starts yelling at somebody for getting just a little... They're not even rowdy yet. It's just like a little bit of showmanship and posturing, but she's interfering on.
And again, he is just going to sit back, relax, enjoy the food, enjoy the drink, and start the process.
Could you roll me endurance?
Sure.
Because what's in front of you, George... I have a question. Actually, no. Roll me awareness first. Roll me awareness and then endurance.
Okay. Awareness, we're just going to go straight up. 16.
Well, what's in front of you is fermented, and it's dairy.
I've had worse things. We're just gonna go with it. Going to spend 3 luck on this. 19.
Cool. You can react however you choose. It is fermented goat's milk.
The worst I've had, not the best I've had, just is... I'm grateful for the bread. But no, he's had much worse.
Well, yeah, it's really high-end good shit. It's cleaned, it's been pasteurized, it's been filtered, triple filtered.
It doesn't have the quite the some of the taste of grass and other things that he's had to experience in the past. This is like decent, but definitely not, especially not his current tastes. This is kind of kicking him back to like when he was like 14.
Yeah, it's because you're all noble and shit. You got fancy.
He got fancy. But at the same time, this is sort of like taking him back in its... As much as he is sitting passively, his brain is very active. And he's concentrating on all the different bits that he's seeing, taking it all in instead of having his mind wander.
Go ahead and roll me education for the purposes of this.
Okay. 17.
So there's some of it you can follow just by body language, and some things that aren't obvious. But the language itself, as you sit and listen, you realize it's been called a dialect of Nordling, but it's not. It is fundamentally its own language, with a few borrow words from Nordling. The grammar is different. The syntax is different. Pronunciation is, not the same, and even when those borrow words are used, but also the vocabulary is not
vastly different. So this is the equivalent of like Nordling to Elder Speech, we'd say, like in the levels of differences.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
You could make that comparison. Honestly, what if we were talking about modern languages, the difference between Italian and Sicilian.
Okay, so there's some similarities, but it is night and day.
It's night and day, and those similarities would be more confusing for most people attempting to rely on them than actually helpful, right? Like, it's not the difference between Spanish and French, where, you might trip yourself up a little bit, but you could make yourself understood between the two. It's really
it vastly different, and the similarities there will catch you up. And like it's one of those things where it's like the first 3 hours he's going, well, that should be like, no, that's not how this is working at all. And it takes him 3 hours just to even go, it's not how this is working at all. fuck.
Yep. Yep. How late do you stay?
Until like as the majority start to leave, that's his cue.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not gonna stay like till close. But he will like when the regulars start leaving, that's his cue to leave.
You mean the regulars who are there for a drink, not the regulars who are there for socializing before they go on home?
Yeah, like again, the ones that are like this place is as much as their home as their homes are.
Yep. So about a good 4 hours, maybe, probably.
Yeah, and then he'll like head on back. But like that was good. Like, hey, I knocked out 4 hours. I've only got to be with myself for 4 hours.
Could you roll me another endurance, please, and take a -2?
We'll spend 3 luck to counter that -2. So up at 1. 20.
Cool. That's your, multiple hours of indulging, even if you're pacing your,
Yeah.
sipping and.
But still, like he's probably had like over those 3 hours, probably like he nursed a drink an hour. So
Yeah,
like
so that sounds about right. But, still, and it's late. And yes, you
yeah,
have that wonderful stay awake meds. Where are you off to as you leave the bar?
now like again, he's not going to stay out. He's going to make his way back to the manse, but he's just going to like again, it's a casual stroll, sort of this time taking in the sights as opposed to just like being here. It's like, oh, this is going to be possibly eventually home. I should get familiar with like, okay, the lines of the street, some of the like things that are definitely local landmarks, these sort of things that you try and like know of when you're going to be somewhere for a while, or you just move to a new place. It's those sort of things of like, okay, taking this in, taking time.
Mm-hmm. It's easy enough to find the road back up the mountain, or up the mountain. It's a good
Yeah,
half hour's walk. Can you roll me an awareness at a -3? Because it's dark.
sure. 15.
It's quiet. Stars are out. Still chilly. Still cold. Particularly, because, you're currently wearing a kilt.
Yeah, still not quite accustomed to this. I'm used to having not much more fabric because men kills a lot of fabric.
Mm-hmm.
But the distribution of fabric to where it's located on body is very different.
Yeah, it is a bit different. Location, wear, comfort. Stars are out. As you make your way up, you realize that you're currently the only person walking the path up to the manor. It's quiet. You're alone. There's nothing around you. What's George thinking about?
Um, right now, like as he's realizing this is just a drudge on a path. Um, again, he's quite aware that certain thoughts can creep in,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not necessarily the best thing. So he's going over his list of things to do once he gets back in the manse. So like got himself a pile of wool, a couple of drop spindles, can start making some yarn as something that he can use as a distraction and b like this is a gift that he can give somebody later.
Mm-hmm.
And then like he can start doing the first passive revisions on the book.
Mm-hmm.
There's also some practicing he can do with some of his strikes, given everything that has just recently happened. Like, his form's solid, but some things have gone by the wayside in the past couple of months. He's noticed he's like lost a step. Like, he could start working on maybe breaking out his oils and painting, maybe doing some sketches. And it's going through that list. But then as he's going on, as he's getting closer, then the other things start creeping in.
Probably about the time you hit the field where this tourney and festival was held. Kind of. You know,
like
it's
at that last 10 minutes of that walk, like, you can go over like all those things and sort of like draw it out. But those last 10 minutes, there's no avoiding the reflecting on the recent events. Where it's, I'm going to need to get my armor repaired, and that's going to be an awkward conversation explaining why that molar is lodged that gorget. To, like, he still feels this, not just pain in his shoulder from the fights with the wraiths, and getting shot again, but also, like, again, there's that scar is still relatively fresh from when he was stabbed, and when you heal from something that's that invasive, like, the skin has a nasty habit of being really taut, and so that sort of discomfort in the night air, bringing that back up, and then just needing to have some very uncomfortable conversations. Like, he knows he has to talk with Anessa about what's happened recently. If this is still going to go forward, he has to be honest with her about he's not necessarily in the best state.
Mm-hmm.
He has to be honest with her about his past, and that's like that last moment about his past as he gets like close to the door is when he can't help but think about Ceres. And that just hurts. And he, absent-mindedly, he's balled his right hand into a fist. The other hand is just sort of like absent-mindedly. Again, when you're wearing a kilt, there's different areas where the cloth hangs loose. And if you're not accustomed to it, it can, especially if it's windy out, hit against you in ways that you're not accustomed to. And he's just holding on to all that bits of loose cloth and pulling it taut against himself, acting like an anchor as he finally gets to the door.
The night guard will let you in. It isn't quite late enough for them to have barred the doors yet.
Walks in, just sort of like meanders his way back to his room. It takes him a while as he's sort of almost in a haze. But even as you are fighting with yourself, there are things that you can make the body do that then slowly, if you're lucky, quiet the mind. he goes to that little bundle of wool,
Mm-hmm.
grabs hold of it. The tactile feel of it in its rougher state. Sort of, and again, even the smell, there's a little bit of the lanolin there. And then going over, grabbing one of the spindles, starting to work it in with the wool, and then just concentrating on the physicality of using it and the repetition. It taking him back much to first. It's back to when he was like a squire, and the act of repairs and polishes, but then it goes back further to where he actually learned this
Mm-hmm.
from his mother, because they always needed thread, yarn for all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
And just going back and focusing on both the act and older memories, as he's probably got 2 hours of solid distraction from this before he works through that entire bit,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
leaving him with 2 more hours before, well, 1 more hour, because let's face it, there are certain strata of people that are going to be up earlier than everybody else.
Yep.
So he's got like 1 more hour to kill before he can possibly like put on a different set of clothes and be a different person with different people. And in that last hour is he should be going over the book. He's not. He's writing a new story.
What story are you writing?
One he's not certain he's ever going to release.
It's fair.
It's about how the relationship started to turn between him and Cerise, reflecting on his own actions, what he should have done better, what he got wrong, and just putting that on paper.
Mm-hmm. And as the day and the night come to a close, that's where we're going to take our break for the evening. So we're going to stretch, bio, refresh, do all of those good things. And then when we come back, morning has come and interesting people wish to have conversations. I'm sure everything will be fine. But see a little bit, everybody, and Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We hope you are stretched, refreshed, bio, had all of the good things. Everybody gets to have their recovery score back in hit points. There you go. I'm sure everybody, and full stamina recovery. I'm sure that everybody's, fine. Absolutely fine. Runa, Cleglis will get up early.
Of course.
Cleglis unfortunately suffers from the same problem I have, which is a set internal body clock, so it does not matter how late you actually stay up. You're still getting up at exactly the same time.
Look, we may not have had constant contact for the past few decades, but this is something, unfortunately, that she has. I stayed in her home long enough that this is something that I also do now. So she wakes up maybe earlier than me because I don't like waking up early, but I do still wake up a little very shortly thereafter. She's also a light sleeper, so as soon as she starts moving, Runa wakes up, but she stays in bed just a little longer.
There's a quiet murmur at the door, and a small tray is kind of placed next to the bedside table as Cleglis kind of leans over. It's like, well, I am going to have a small conversation.
Oh, anything I should be worried about?
Not at all. No. Not a problem. No problems whatsoever. The coffee's very good, by the way.
The coffee?
Yeah.
That stuff is just drugs in a liquid form.
Tasty and functional liquid form, dear.
But drugs nonetheless.
And legal.
A lot of things are legal, you'd be surprised to find.
I like it. If you don't want it, and she kind of goes to pick up the coffee cup that was next to on the bedside table. I'll take yours too.
It's bad for you, and you should not make it a habit.
It's not going to be a habit, it's an indulgence.
Well, that's how it all starts now, isn't it?
Do you really want to have that conversation?
I feel like I would be qualified.
I
know what I'm talking about when I say it.
You're the one who got involved with certain other things, dear, not me.
Well, you're getting involved in coffee now, aren't you?
It's just the one. 3. I'll see you later. Mwah.
Bye. Be safe. Don't do anything ridiculous and stupid, and take someone strong with you.
Can't promise. Probably true. Yes. I like the eye candy. See you later, darling. Mwah, mwah, mwah,
mwah. And I will go and just scavenge whatever was left for breakfast. And get ready for the day.
Fruit, bread, and cheese.
I will take a little bit of everything.
There's a soft knock at your door. That kind of knock of easy to ignore if you're still asleep, but
I'm not.
You're not.
So I'll head over and I shall open the door.
And Conir's standing there going, we're going flower picking?
Foraging is how I would prefer to say it, but yes, we are going flower picking.
All right. Let us go then, as he kind of stands. He is wearing his armor, and he does have the 2 smaller axes with a bunch of day gear.
Well,
And
Have you eaten this morning?
Of course.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
No. I also have the large black axe across his back.
I gotcha. And it's like, all right, you've eaten. I feel like I need to inform you exactly of what I'm personally worried about when it comes to potentially being murdered. So come in while I finish collecting my things.
Okay. And he will slouch sit in the chair, cross his legs at the ankles, and just kind of he slid the axe out so he can lean back, and it's kind of sitting next to him as he leans on one side. All right, what are we concerned about, cousin?
Well, I know you're big and strong and very capable,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it's better to still know. Well, as you know, well, maybe you don't know, I don't know. I've made an enemy of the fallen leaves, in particular, and they have been attempting to ruin my life for the past several decades. And recently they've elevated to trying to actively kill me. And there is a guy with an enchanted bow of sorts, shoots two arrows at the same time.
That's
they
not
hurt
enchantment,
a
that's
lot.
just skill. I can do that.
And no need to brag about it. No, it's fine. They hurt a fucking lot. And he usually has a magic user around him. Sometimes more than one. It's very annoying, actually. And I do occasionally get scryed upon. I don't know when it happens, but I have been told it happens around me. So those are all the things. The magic user is, I think, different every time. I'm not very well versed in the schools of things. But that is all I know so far. And also, obviously, Francesca is like at the head of it all. I've never encountered her directly, but she is involved.
All right, then. So, blocking teleportation and killing anyone that gets too close.
You know, you're the big, strong bodyguard on this one.
I'll take bodyguard. You don't need to be quite that patronizing.
As I'll look up at him, even just sitting at this, sitting in this chair, I'm like, no, you're big. You're big.
It's the truth of the statement does not negate the patronizing tone.
It's just factual. It's not patronizing.
Mm-hmm.
You are big and you are strong.
All right. Horse, no horse.
No horse. I don't really like horses. I just ride them when I have to.
All right. You want to go out the easy way or the actually make yourself physically move way?
You have such disdain in your voice for that option.
There are people I wish to avoid this morning.
Oh, interesting. Well, because you're helping me, we can take the avoid our problems way.
I am merely asking for a morning to avoid my problems. You know, for a bit.
Completely and totally understandable. All right, well then, let us take that way. I have gathered my things and I'm ready to go.
He will stand up, pick up the axe, slide it back in his, the holster across his back. And where Carrick is visceral in the portals that he opens, right? Like, there's a distortion of the physical plane. Alienor, when you saw her portals, they were always like pulling a curtain back, pulling a tear in space between one space and the next. Conir's portal is somewhat in between. There's this kind of pull of a curtain, but it, like Carrick, it almost like he pulls the curtain back and then tucks it behind the curtain rod. The curtain hook, right? Like that's there. There's the physicality of the room. He pulls from the door itself, not quite just in the middle of space. And gestures out for you.
And I will go. I know better than to make a teleport user wait.
He'll follow behind, and as he does so, you just see him kind of like pull the curtain closed, and there's this like tangible readjusting of the physical plane as the portal closes behind him. It's the fields down the mountain. Right, like you weren't really specific, you just said foraging, so he kind of went where he could.
And the fields are a wonderful place to start. He may regret saying yes to this in the future.
Less fields, more meadow.
More meadow, yeah. Mechanically, for me, they're going to be fields.
Yes.
But we're in the meadows. Well, are you any good at foraging, or will I be going at this one alone?
What am I looking for?
So glad you asked. All right, so what we're looking for, and it's a list. We're looking for if you see any honeysuckle, some fool's parsley, some ballast leaves. I'm also looking for if you find any mistletoe, that would be good. Mandrake root, I know that one's a little bit more difficult to find, but if you see it, I won't say no. Wolfsbane, a little more easy. Then we are also going to have some verbena if we come across any of that.
How many of these are common?
We have basil leaves, honeysuckle.
So basically anything that's common. Fun fact, Conir is an elf.
Oh,
okay. And the elves get certain bonuses. All of the races get bonuses in this game, right? One of the, there's the artistic bonus for elves. There's the marksman bonus that they get for, they can draw and reload as a free action. They get +2 to archery. But they also can just find anything that they want. He doesn't have to roll for it. Like, anything that's marked common on your list, he'd just be like, you mean this? You want that? How about that one? That looks pretty good. I can get you that one. Here, let me reach that mistletoe off the vine for you, off the tree for you. Here you go. It's
perfect.
Kind of anything higher rarity than common, he does have to roll for, but
that's fine. So do I. So
yeah, but anything that's common, just you have now.
Good, because a lot of that is Kubrith, and I need a lot of that. And so as we're going to a little bit of everything, I'm like,
assume you have 17 units of whatever you want. Divide it up how you want it.
And so as we're in the meadows and like creeping into like some trees and things, I'm like, well, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
Is this I'm fine, but I'm not really fine, or is this a fine, I'm actually fine?
What are you asking?
Well, you lot are very good at understanding what other people are feeling. I am not. I don't know. And you guys like to just say things that aren't true a lot of the time. And I can't tell, and it's frustrating, so it's easier if I simply just ask if you are lying to me, or yourself, or to both of us, or if you're telling the truth.
What kind of check, or what are you trying to figure out, my dear?
Well, first, obviously, physically, are you physically feeling okay? You were stabbed, and that is worrisome. Also, quite a few gashes on you, or at least your armor. So want to make sure that's okay. Second of all, I want to make sure that you are okay. Conir is okay.
I as physically fine as I'm going to be. You're a very good doctor, Runa. You're a very good doctor. As for anything else, well, it doesn't pay to live in dreams, cousin.
Do you mean that literally because you do the dream thing, or do you mean that metaphorically?
Both and neither.
Gosh, it really is like talking to two sides of the same coin.
You know, probably is, actually. I'm not going to lie. Probably is. But, I mean, you've met my mother.
It's true. I have. And many other people.
I promise not to take offense. You just say what you're thinking.
I think it's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid to say that. I know that it's unrealistic. I know that it's more complicated than that. God, do I know that it's more complicated than that. But you're young. You're what? A couple of centuries old?
Right.
You're young. You're just starting off. And I know that magic is bullshit and has been bullshit in your life from the beginning. But everything is difficult in this life, in this world, everything, and other worlds. I guess there are other planes in existence, but everything is difficult. Nothing is ever easy. It's never going to be easy. That is just the way life is. What makes life interesting and difficult and frustrating is that you have to work for it. And sometimes you make good decisions, sometimes you make god fucking awful decisions. But you have to choose when you have to go for it, even if it's gonna destroy you, or you think it will, because it's not really, not always, not if you don't do some stupid shit. But not everything is... People are stupid. People are so fucking stupid, Conir.
You're not wrong.
And I think that you are worrying too much about something you don't need to be worrying about. Carrick is not going to do anything stupid in endanger your life. He might break your heart, but he's not going to endanger your life. As much as he may threaten to do something or other, his number one priority is always the safety of others. So if you want to do something stupid, if you want to be stupid in a positive manner, then do it. Find out. It's not worth it to just sit there and just not know. Even if you think you do know, because Carrick has that same fucking goddamn trait where he will just pretend he knows what something is going to do, and he'll just sit there and he'll wallow instead of just going and figuring it out himself. And it's fucking frustrating because it's never fucking true. You don't know what other people are thinking, even if you think. Even if you use your little fucking... I don't know what magics you have, but even if he uses his fucking little magic, let me see into their brains thing, he doesn't fucking know. You have to talk to someone to fucking know. Sometimes their brains aren't that good.
So, Carrick, not Carrick, we're talking about Carrick. Conir will lean over and is like reached up and pulled a sprig of mistletoe from the tree that it's strangling.
Mm-hmm.
Mistletoe is a vine, but it's a parasitic one. And he hands it to you, and says, Runa, I walk a very fine line anytime I talk to Carrick. And I know it. Because he doesn't actually want a lot of things. But he wants 2 things. Or he tells himself he does. He wants his family safe. That's always attributable. And he wants love in the end. He wants to be the choice of others. Now, I knew the minute I could have a conversation with him that the end was happening. Because at the end of the day, he's still holding on to a dream. A dream 80 years gone, but a dream nonetheless. And the longer he holds that dream, further and further anything else can be. I'm not a nihilist. Some might call me a cynic or pessimist. I've also become called a giant asshole on multiple occasions, but usually that was students, and that's because I kicked their ass. Deserve it. Or I kicked somebody else's ass on the field. Also probably deserved. But I know that at a certain point, the further and further I push to have even a pleasant conversation with the man, the further and further he will go, and the angrier it will make him.
To be fair, you have caught him at a very shit time.
I would also like to point out it's been a shit time for me as well.
And everything always sucks, and it's always difficult.
It always is. I mean, to be honest and fair, the odds were never in our favor. No. They haven't been since my mother, bless her, tried to make a deal.
And how do you feel about that?
Well, she came to this continent with 30 of us. And there are 2.5 left.
From the same ailments?
Sort of. But yes. If anyone else was having a thought that Carrick and I had a connection, that we were having a conversation, it'd be a lot more violent response. And it wouldn't bother him. They wouldn't touch him in a heartbeat. So,
I hate this stupid political bullshit. Well, what do you want? What does Conir want? Not just with this situation, but in general?
a conversation. A shot. But that's not likely to happen.
I mean, not right now, but it just depends on how long you're willing to wait.
I've waited 200 years, I can keep waiting, that's not the problem. Problem is, he's not... He's pushing himself. Now, I understand part of that push is to try and find a, heal for my mother's ailment, but, He doesn't want to have the conversation, because if he has the conversation, then he has to have other conversations.
He's also afraid of killing you.
To be fair, I appreciate that. But it's not an instant death sentence.
No, but it would be harming you. And he hates to do that. To people. He'd rather harm himself than anyone else.
That man needs taken care of.
He refuses, though.
Of course he does. He's too used to being the one doing the taking care of.
Have you met my Cleglis?
Yes.
Have you spoken to Cleglis?
What kind of answer do you want?
In the way if you've spoken to Cleglis about Carrick.
No, we've had plenty of other conversations, but I've not been speaking about Carrick with Cleglis. That's not really the conversation we were having, to be fair.
Should I be worried about that?
Depends. What kind of worried are you going to be? And do you really want to know?
Probably not. Cleglis and I have been together for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Many, many decades at this point. Not easy decades, but decades nonetheless. I have also known Cleglis much longer than I've been with Cleglis. I almost got married when I knew Cleglis. And I did not know Cleglis's feelings towards me. She was my best friend. She was there for me. She took care of me. I was not in a good place back then. And between her and my fiance girlfriend at the time, everything got better. But I was not easy to be around back then. I was not easy to speak to. I didn't want to speak. God, did I not want to speak to anyone. I didn't want to face anything back then. Because it was hard. It hurts. And frankly, the world is a lot, as you and I both know. And frankly, I was kind of young. But I was not the one that had to watch me fall in love with somebody else. I was not the one who had to deal with someone that, frankly, she cannot stand, love me, help me fix me. But ultimately, that's not who I married. It's not who I stayed with. No matter how good we were for each other, no matter how much we loved each other. That was not the relationship that endured. And while I can't tell you how she did it, aside from she's amazing and incredibly fucking patient. If you need guidance or advice, that's not just stab them in the throat. That might be someone you can go to and speak to. Because frankly, I'm shit at giving advice, but somehow, some way, it keeps finding its way to me. But she's great at it. Aside from the stabbing people, you know her violent tendencies. I suspect that's where conversations have gone between you two.
I don't see it as a negative the same way you do.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
You just
Maybe
said
when
her
she's
violent
threatening to-
tendencies as a negative, and I feel that is not necessarily as much of a negative as you think it is, given
Well, in the
current
context
fuckshard of the world.
Considering a lot of the time she was discussing stabbing my then fiance in the throat, you know, that's something I didn't really desire back then. Or now, even. She's a good person. It's neither here nor there. The point is, she might be more help in that side of things, at least in how to deal with it, because she waited with me at her side, living in her home, having my lover come and visit us because I couldn't go to her. She would know much better about what pains that might be. And I know that it's different situations. But Carrick is broken in a way that I was broken back then.
Agree.
And you don't have to. I'm just suggesting. There is someone out there that maybe understands, could help, if you need so.
I appreciate it. There's a small difference here.
Mm-hmm.
You still wanted to be around Cleglis. You didn't resent her existence.
Not always. Life is complicated, Conyer. You know this.
Mm-hmm.
I know this. I met Cleglis right after my entire family was murdered, in front of my own eyes. I had just started my path in learning how to be a doctor, in an attempt to fix something that there wasn't any fixing for. Cleglis, bless her heart, priestess of Melitelli. And she saw that and she wanted to help. Someone who did not want to be helped. Not like that. And that's why I say she has the patience of a saint, because I did not want to be near her, because she was trying to fix me. And that is not what I wanted. I didn't even want friends back then. I wanted to be alone. I wanted to fester in my pain. I wanted to murder everything and everyone who hurt me without having even the ability to do so. I liked her. Due to how we met, it was inevitable, but I did not always want to be around her. And I wasn't. I, in fact, ignored her a lot. It was easy because I was just a traveling doctor and she was a traveling priestess. We would very rarely meet.
Mm-hmm.
But I did not want to be around her always. Don't tell her that, but she knows. But
I'm sure she knows.
It hasn't always been easy. Especially on her. Because I've not been easy. I never have been. I've just gotten better about it.
See, there's again, a little bit of difference. You resented her for her actions. For her attempts to fix something when you was in pain and she wanted to try and help. Carrick still resents that I exist. That there's something I functionally am bound to him, and he's kind. and not saying it, because he knows what will happen if he does. But he can't even have a conversation. And I get it. I understand.
You have spoken to him about this?
I attempted. A few times.
So you
Tempted
don't
to even
really
do
know.
it in writing, rather than try and have a conversation. But
So like, Carrick has a couple of flaws as a person.
we all do.
One of his biggest is that he will think that everyone is as smart and capable as him. He thinks everyone knows everything the same as he does and figures it out at the same time. Which is fine in some circumstances, but in others, not so much. Eric is frustrating to speak to. It's frustrating to get through to him. It's frustrating to have any sort of even remotely emotional Leonist conversation with him. But you still have to have that conversation with him. You can assume things, and he is smart. He will not cross a line that cannot be uncrossed. But you have to get the answer from him directly. Not just assume because of your bond.
the handy wavy thing, that I real good. That was funny. I'll have to remember that. Eventually, he'll take a message from me and want to be in the same room to have a conversation.
If you want a meddlesome family member to arrange something, I definitely could.
Don't force him. There are many things. No, Rona. There are many things that Carrick doesn't get a choice in.
Everything.
He gets some choices.
Not according to him.
His own decision to take on more responsibilities than anyone else asked for, that's his personal choice. What he does with that, and then taking that even further, that's when he believes he doesn't. But
You said it yourself, Connier. He wants to be chosen.
He does.
No one...
But the problem is, in choosing, I become a thing in front of him that he... How did he put it? Has to deal with. That something is being forced upon him again that he didn't choose.
When did he tell you this? If you haven't conversed lately?
The joys of our little complication.
Is this a dream that you were talking about before?
One of. There are many.
So something that wasn't his choice, you mean?
Exactly. And the problem is, he doesn't want to hear that it's not my choice either.
Oh boy.
He doesn't want to hear that how it happens is out of our control. It's just the magic of the universe. But taking advantage of it and having a conversation when he's already pissed off is not going to happen. So I'll wait. I'm good at that.
Right. And Connor will see a war going on in Verna's mind and her face, very obviously, and not like a super serious one. Not like it's like, oh, there's something very important I could tell you, but I'm not. It's more of a Carrick's my friend. I could say something. I should say something. Should I say something? And it's like that's playing through her face as he is just saying these last things.
I'm just gonna say that if there's anything you want to share about the man, I'm more than willing to listen.
It's more than being chosen. God. So many people fawn over him. So many people fawn over him. So many people have wanted him over the years, and he has said no to most of them. But that has, plus his other situation, has skewed his view on things a lot, along with his sense of responsibility. As you said, not a lot of things he gets to choose. And he has one thing he could choose, and that's why he's choosing it. And you are committing the same sin as him. The one thing that Carrick appreciates, and he really, really, really appreciates, is communication. He wants to be spoken to directly. Even though he does the fucking noble shit also of speaking in riddles, he wants to hear it straight on, no riddles. He will think you have a riddle behind it, though. He will think there is always something behind everything you say. And that's why you have to speak to him directly, because anything that is not direct, he will see it as a ploy. He believes the world is out against him, and to be honest, it kind of is.
To be fair, it's out to get all of us at the end of the day.
If you truly, really see this as something that you want, the best thing you can do is just go up to him and speak to him. Show him that initiative. Even if it goes poorly, even if he gets mad at you, because he does that a lot. Even if you do everything perfectly, Connor, he's gonna get mad at you. It just is how the man is. He's very, very, very ornery. He may be a pretty face, but he is a really ornery man.
I am very aware of the gentleman's flaws in that kind of... There's... Honest to God. Alright, hold on. And he takes the axe and he just... one of the axes from his hip, not the one from his back, but one of the axes from his hip, flips it up and swings it enough so that it cuts through the mountain laurel that's climbing up the side of the tree. As it comes back, he'll slide it around and put it back in his hip, walks over, picks it up, hands it to you. Runa, there's one tiny, itty-bitty, tiny problem that the man refuses to acknowledge, at least at the moment.
You're going to have to be more specific. There is a lot of things he's refusing to acknowledge.
This is true. He's refusing to acknowledge a lot of shit. Some of it is, I understand, because of restrictions, shall we say, in conversation. There are certain other... I am not my cousin. Just give me a second here. I'm going to explain why. I am not a mage of Banard who can walk up to Carrick Draxton, mage of Banard, and have a conversation. I am not a noble, at least not one that is acknowledged in any way, shape, or form on this plane of existence. So I can't walk up to Prince Draxton. I can send the man a letter. I can send the man a note. I could haunt his dreams. but just walking up to him on the street is not real cool at the moment. Particularly given the people that are in his house watching. And I know that he knows this. He's real good at ignoring it, though.
I think that goes for some other things, not just you.
Now, I have grown my entire life in this principality. I understand the etiquettes involved, and quite frankly, if there were other things happening, I could make a petition to have a private audience with the prince himself and have that happen in a polite manner. But given who's currently in his house...
Noble bullshit is, I'm telling you.
It's less noble bullshit and more...
The nobles who put this contract on you to only listen to said nobles and take their orders.
Yep, that's the one.
Noble bullshit. With things behind them, sure. But who's behind it? Nobles.
I
It's
love
always
the
fucking nobles.
I love the fact that you keep denying the fact that you're a noble yourself, Sir Runa.
It seemed impolite to say no. It was directly from Princess Madras at the time.
I mean, to be fair, getting your knighthood from her is a lot better than getting one for fucking Redania.
That one I might have just said no to. I did too much work up here to say no to it. They have good doctors here, but it's cold and people get sick. A lot of mines also.
And the princess herself is straightforward.
In her ways, yes. It's a matter of, I don't want it. I don't want the title. I don't want any of it. I don't want to be recognized for anything. I never want to be I just want to be a traveling doctor, or a doctor with a small little practice in the middle of goddamn nowhere. I'm tired of being recognized. I just want to be no one.
Oh, cousin, you're talking to... My mother laughs at the beard because she knows exactly why I grew it.
And I'll look at him, and I'll look at his bone structure. Because
Roll
I've
me
never met the man.
Deduction.
I'll add a cheeky little point of luck to this. You know, I'll add 2. The one I was given and one of mine. Oh my god. That's so... I cannot describe... Hey, chat, let me tell you how impressive this is. I have a plus 17 naturally on these rolls. And then with that plus 2, that was a plus 19 I had on that roll. That's wild. Please continue.
So with that 10 that you rolled,
I thought I had that in the bag. So sorry. I look at him with like a tilt of the head, mainly focusing on the beard, because I'm a dwarf, I guess.
I mean, it's distinctive. It looks good. Like, it looks good on him, but it's not like dwarven good, right? Like, he's not got your level of braiding going on, but it's there. It makes him look good. You know, he could probably trim it up and make it look a little... He did trim it up a little bit for like the tourney, but like he's kind of not. And it's a level of wildness, but also that level of like sexy bedhead. You know, right? That makes it work. And He'll like bring his hand up and is like, yeah, the facial features are a lot harder to deny.
But Alienor uses a glamour most of the time.
Ain't that expensive as shite. It's not hers. It's an enchanted object. She can use it. We can't cast that.
Mm. And you have a beard so you don't look like her.
No, it's so I don't look like him.
Him.
Erden Glass.
Oh. Yes. Well, that would make sense.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that you know not to believe the wonderful, kind lie my mother's told everyone my entire life. That man is not my brother.
No, I did know that. It makes sense. You have some of Alienor's features, or real features.
Yeah, but my mother isn't her.
No.
I believe it was her cousin, maybe younger sister. Don't honestly know. But the kind lie that my mother's floated about, Aradin being my brother. Well, I've known for many a decade that that wasn't true.
No, but though I never met the man, I have heard him described, and you are definitely much different than him. But I can see why others may not think this the same way.
Mm. And rather than so your advice, dear cousin, is to have a conversation with Carrick.
If you want to, Connor, I don't know what you want at the end of the day. If you want my real advice, I would say don't go for Carrick. I don't think Carrick is in a good place right now. I don't think he is a person who should be sought after. Not now. But if that is what you want, I know that you cannot always choose who you fall in love with, fall in like with. I've learned that they're apparently the same thing.
Not all the time.
I've learned that apparently also recently. It's fucking wild.
Oh, you didn't. All right, never mind. No, I figure
I mean, why would you love someone you don't like? That seems ridiculous to me.
Ooh, honestly complicated.
It seems so. The mental gymnastics one must. I mean, I was fucked up, Conair, but not that much.
To be fair, it's never been a problem for me. I have heard that my mother's rant about her third sister, though. Look, if you can get her drunk enough, then even that's a trip. Getting that woman intoxicated is nigh impossible.
I could imagine.
She will have an entire rant about her middle sister and what I believe the words flaming cunt were used.
And she still loves her, I'm assuming.
Yes. But leaving that aside, Eventually we'll have to have a conversation. If only to, have a conversation about things that we can't otherwise talk about. But, I'm a patient man, doctor.
He's not, though.
He's not.
He pretends to be. He's not.
But,
Call me
Carrick
Verna, don't
is...
call me doctor. You're my friend. You're
Hi,
family.
Family, alright then. Verna.
Only if you want. Connor, it's your choice.
No. Names are good. Names are good. Runa. And he kind of smirks, just that that little glint of a mischievous smirk, just the teeniest one in his eyes. That, given their entire conversation, you're pretty sure if he wanted to, he could hide from you, but he's not. He's choosing to let you see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
See the difference between Carrick and I. Carrick is a duelist. I'm a hunter.
Mm.
And a duelist has a time limit on how long that fight will last. Get in, win if you can, play the clock if you can't. But, I'm real patient at tracking down what I want.
As long as you have a conversation to start with, you have to have a starting timer.
Mm.
Otherwise, he will see everything as a ploy.
Mm.
He accused me of having a plot against him when he found out that I was knighted here in his apparent kingdom. That I did not know about, mind you. But it doesn't matter how long you've known the man, he will always think that the other shoe will drop at any moment. So just make sure to let him know when the hunt starts.
Like I said.
Although I know you've started, but I don't need to know the specifics. But
don't worry, I wouldn't share that if you didn't want
thank
to.
God. I do not need to hear the goings on of my friend and
look, you're going to hear about Cadarn. I'm just telling you right now, you will hear about Cadarn. You will hear much more than you ever wanted to know about Cadarn. There will be conversations about Cadarn.
I've not heard much about Cadarn. I guess not yet, but in the time I've known him, he's not really spoken much of him.
Wait.
Although I've heard of Cadarn, but not much.
He's gonna roll human perception on that because he doesn't know if he believes you. I
believe me.
Yeah, but how often has Carrick actually been like, but Cadarn, he's so great though. He'll choose me eventually, or, he won't choose me, but I'll get over it because of I'm unlivable.
That's so much blah, 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 blah.
And
remember
I think
the beginning of this conversation of just like, if people are fucking stupid, yeah. Let me show you Exhibit A with my good friend fucking Carrick.
I would like to point out it's twice in 4 days. Okay. And so I think he just sees that as like, oh, he started that conversation and you ignore. You're going to hear much more about. I don't think he's here. I'll introduce you when he gets back.
Oh, that'll be nice. Get to know the other half of the Chaos Twins.
Probably true. All right, anything else you need?
Well, you can also accompany me into the city. I need to get some things in the city.
Mm-hmm. You know, there's an entire apothecary's office, right? It's like he's kind of like carrying half of what he's pulled for you in the bag that he has. So
Look, it's not every day I can walk into a city and no one knows who I am.
They know you as Sir Verna Berta, the dwarven doctor who her worship really does like. So, how do you feel about drinking?
I am always open to drinking.
I feel that the level of conversation that we have had is now shifted to a fine afternoon at the pub.
Sounds good to me. So long as you also look out for these things and I continue on as we're walking.
And there's this sigh as he kind of like drapes an arm on you. And he goes, cousin. Dear cousin. We will find all of the things. We'll enjoy ourselves. We'll have a good time. And we won't talk about himself.
Perfect to me.
And he just kind of reaches up and grabs the honeysuckle and puts it in your bag as he walks by.
And as we are walking, it's like, so you taught? So you're a teacher?
Teacher of language and combat.
Language? What languages?
All of them. And he shifts to Dwarven in a heartbeat. He has an accent, but it's actually pretty fluent.
Oh. You're pretty good at that. I wasn't expecting it. Oh, maybe you could teach me some of your fancy language at some point then.
I can try. Which one do you want to know?
The one that my family speaks.
Oh, well. That we can definitely do. And he will lead you into the bar. Assume that anything that you have marked as common from the town, you have 18 units of, split between however you want.
Gotcha. 18. And it's like, look, you guys speak so very often in languages that I don't understand, and I cannot learn anywhere else.
I'm happy to introduce you to language. I don't really teach art, but I have some skill with it. And do you want to start with the medical terms or the cursing?
Well, we are drinking, so you might as well start with the cursing.
Let us see. Because you are receptive to his teaching, he gets a bonus. 24! He will, through the course of the rest of the afternoon, wandering around the town and the pub, drinking, you can add that you are now aware of all of the general expletives in NL and basic directions. Like, you can now say, the find the bathroom and order a drink, right? Like, he's given you the most important conversational sentences that you need.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Where's the bar? Where's the bathroom? I need a drink. Like, the basics.
Yep. Absolutely the necessary ones.
Exactly. Absolutely the necessary ones. George.
Yes.
What are you doing this morning?
Oh, good morning. It is going to be find food, have a bite to eat,
Mhm.
um, and then it is probably trying to avoid that awkward conversation that's going to be had later, and go and find people to spar with, because hitting things sounds great.
You can find Desimir easily. You can
Is he
find
okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He took no damage. Well, after the 4 days or 4 days by this point. Because he wasn't really in he Conir opened a portal when he got stabbed. Conir opened a portal and shoved him through and didn't actually fight him. And then, but kept the dagger in him. And then teleported away. So you can find Desimir, you can find Sadik, and Vidrana, actually. You can find all three. Kind of sparring. Desimir is, the sum total of what he had 4 days ago was a concussion because somebody hit him over the head to knock him out. But he's kind of like standing at the rail of the practice field, the same practice field that you all were in a couple days ago. Sadik is doing some drills with the sword. And Vidrana is inspecting some gear, cleaning it, nodding appreciably occasionally at Desimir, and then just rolling her eyes.
Oh, good. We need to find the three of you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I had someone who was a focus get dispelled.
There's a stop and everyone turns and looks. What the fuck does that mean?
They exploded.
Oh. That's what the gooey bit upstairs was.
I need my armor repaired. I have a molar lodged in my gorget that I can't get out with pliers.
You might need a new gorget or just embrace the aesthetic.
I'm not embracing the aesthetic of having teeth lodged in my armor.
I mean, you could make it like Sadik is like, you could make it a statement. It'd be very intimidating. I think it would be very intimidating. What's his name with the thing and he pauses and shifts to dialect for a moment and then shifts back. He's like, yeah, the guy with the teeth that all his trophies.
Who collects teeth?
A lot of real interesting people, actually, you should say.
And by interesting me, you mean mentally unhinged.
I mean, witchers, sure, but also others.
Witcher is not a sign of mental health.
Some of them are perfectly fine.
How many of them do you know are emotionally available or cognizant?
Being emotionally available isn't necessarily a sign of mental health now either, is it? That's just a sign of maturity.
Anyway, if I'm going to get this armor repaired or get a new gorget, who should I see about it around here?
There's a blacksmith well, there's a farrier up here, but there's an actual blacksmith down the town.
Oh, I need to go into town. That I can do later. But in the meantime, I would love some sparring, considering that Apparently, I have gotten 1 to 2 steps rusty, as fighting wraiths is now just par for the course.
All right. So what kind of fighting are we doing? As Sadek kind of shifts away from the dummy, grabs some like a ladle from the water by the side.
On foot, I'm going to try and start from prone, vicious, unrelenting. This is not about standard list field. This isn't even standard warfare. I need to be able to fight things that aren't human anymore.
And he kind of looks around and gives a sharp whistle that fields across the field, and a shout, and everyone, like the guards, kind of turn and look, and he rattles something off in dialect. And he shifts back to Nordling, and he says, "All right then. Not the face, and no lasting injuries that the doctor has to take care of and tell us we're all fucking morons."
Yeah, that sounds good. Bruises are absolutely fine. Expected, even.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get started.
Getting started. Cool. Where are you? Sadek. Oh, there you are. Haha. No, that's math. I can math. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have shitty rolls all day. Oh, no, I'm not. Alright, so the first 3 are pretty straightforward. Again, this is just combat. Like, the first one, he telegraphs way too much, as if he's trying to figure out if you're actually okay with this. But after that, it's pretty...
Yeah, no. He's not going to, again, with what was just exchanged, George isn't holding back except for in the follow through. As his mind's not entirely here right now.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
so that kind of follows in there. Like, that first swing is very obviously telegraphed, and you kind of just been like, nah, whatever. And then he's like, all right, let's go. And it turns into a down and dirty fight.
Yeah. And no, he like is, for a moment, Sadek's there in George's mind. And nope. Now he's wearing entirely different armor and he is swinging. Because in George's mind, he sees a fallen leaf symbol on his armor and is just going to swing for the fences.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cool. So this becomes a mess quickly. However, yeah. Yeah. So this is a full-on fight, brawl, mess. Very responsive. However, yeah. Going back and forth. This is just kind of narrative roles at this point. How long do you go? How far do you go?
again, like let me roll endurance and see how long he goes.
Mhm.
Okay, so not incredibly long. Like this is probably, let's say, like an 8-minute bout.
Mhm.
As eventually the strikes, like the adrenaline starts like fading away, and then it becomes more practiced.
Mhm.
For a moment there, it's absolutely messy, but then like certain things about the fight aren't what what he's thinking about, and then it just sort of like slowly transitions back to, oh, this is where I actually am. And he gets gassed because he's not used to this. He's also not entirely healed.
Yeah, and roll me as you stop, as you come to a stop. Roll me human perception.
22.
As you stop, Sadek steps back an extra step, and Desimir kind of comes up around him and the two of them are kind of looking at you both, looking at you, evaluating you as like, are you back?
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, we've all been there, but
Still dealing with things. It's been one hell of a month.
very true. Who was you fighting? Because it wasn't me.
One of the people responsible for one of my new lifelong remembrances.
Hmm.
The reason I now wear armor in my sleep.
There's a kind of glance between the two of each of them. They're like, you didn't before?
No, because in the South, that's not really a concern when you have locked doors.
The two of them look at each other. Yeah, but she got, like, necrophages and drowners and botchlins and...
Hadn't been an issue up until this point,
Humards.
considering 45 years without being attacked in my sleep. You, you might be able to forgive me my parents' lack of understanding.
There's a quibble back and forth. And then a small smirk comes across Sadek's face. It's all right, Princeling. I'm sure we'll get you used to it in the future.
I am no prince.
I didn't say you was.
But thank you.
Aye. And you are rusty. I shouldn't have been able to trip you like that 3 times.
Again, I am down at least 2 steps. I need to get back in actual proper fighting shape.
Less play into the crowd, maybe?
No crowds. I also need who should I see here about work on horseback? Because that also needs to be drilled better.
Mm. How much
I
drill is...
shouldn't have.
How much effort do you want to be putting into it? And are you prepared to look like an ass?
What about me has not said I am prepared to look like an ass?
Her worship will kick your arse.
Excellent. No, I should have had a wraith on the second pass, and I fucking missed it.
You mean the intangible shite?
I got one on the first pass.
Again, The intangible shite?
Yeah, I
So
got one.
you're mad that you couldn't hit something that was, again, intangible?
I should have been able to run it down. It was tangible at the time.
You ran down to Wraith.
Yes, and apparently this is going to be like an everyday thing now. So I need to get good.
Her worship will definitely get you that.
Good. Glad to hear it. Don't go easy on me. If you like and want to keep, humbling me, let's meet here while I'm here. Just after breakfast. Drill 90 minutes. Because I apparently need to learn a whole heck of a lot. And if you would humor me in being my instructors, I greatly appreciate it.
I will here to instruct you as required.
Thank you. Also, given everything that happened while I was away, what is all your take on the recent assault on the manse?
Incursion. Assault would imply that they got through the defenses. They didn't. They got around them.
Fair.
And teleportation is a bitch no matter what you got going.
So, what I'm hearing is we need to drill as though our antagonists has the ability to teleport, as well as dealing with conventional warfare. Right. Theoreticals lead to practicals.
Aye, but your theoretical is not about drills that can be had beyond preparedness.
Preparedness, but also being able to, for those who are posted in one location, I would say 2-minute, 5-minute, 10-minute drills running to location. Rapid response is going to be a thing.
We're definitely going to get to that. And probably soon.
Also, probably wind sprints, full armor, up and down the path to and from the manse.
We can still run the mountain, can you?
No, but I need to.
Change out your armor. Let's go run. As
All right.
Desimir comes up and he's pulled off the armor and is just wearing a kilt.
George at this point is in his lighter armor. He's in the halfling doublet.
Yeah.
He's in gambeson pants. But is in good boots. All right, it is time for the suffering.
Let's go. Cause he can actually do this. He's fun. It's that scene from both the original Highlander and Rob Roy running the mountains in the Highlands.
Yeah. I guess I'll roll endurance or physique in this case.
Endurance. Because it is also, remember, breathing in the mountain air.
Yeah. He lags a little bit behind, but not not more than like 3 links behind.
You will start to feel it after you get all the way down to the castle town.
Oh. Oh,
All right, now fun part.
back up.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah, he is gassed by the time going back.
Yeah, as he Desimir will pace you, right? Like,
Yeah.
he notices that you're breathing heavy, and will start pacing you. He's not breathing heavy at all.
Oh yeah, no, he's fine.
No, it's that artful sheen. Yeah.
Yeah. I have not missed this, but at the same time, I'm going to need to do this on the regular until I'm as relaxed as you are.
I'm sure you'll get there eventually. You need to get your breathing under control first. How much mountain life have you had? Ooh. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Oh, shit. She's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. And then Desimir turns, and there's a rapid fire conversation. I need you to now roll me a physique at a -3 because of that failed endurance.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna put in 1 luck from chat and my last luck on this one. Because that'll bring me to a -1.
Cool. You don't pass out. You don't pass out, but you are very disoriented at the moment. Atmosphere sickness is a thing, y'all. And somebody just did heavy combat fighting for a good solid bout and then ran the mountain down and then back up.
That was a double crit, ladies and gentlemen. He got a 30.
Coldrake, George, for another bottle of O2. Exactly. Mountain sickness. It's coming for you.
Okay. Well, yeah.
You should eat something and then walk and then lie down. Hold on, I gotta do one thing. I have to change a thing because somebody was... There we go. Give me 30 seconds.
Certainly.
I can fix it.
There we go. He goes, eat something light, have a walk, then I'm going to not lie down. I'm going to have a bath.
No, we don't do that until you talk to the doctor.
Runa's got plenty of places to be today. She's probably in town or out in the meadow somewhere.
You pass out in the bath due to steam disorientation and drown yourself, she's gonna stab me.
All right, no bath. I got it.
Don't go from cold to hot and hot to cold, you know that. You get the basics.
I was going to take my time eating. It wasn't going to be an entire, like, I'm going to have 3 bites. No, I'm going to eat and I'm going to read. I'm going to cool off. And then I was going to get a bath because I actually have to see other people.
Oh, what other people are you going to go seeing?
Well, I have to go back down the mountain to see about getting my armor repaired and then have a conversation with her young worship.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
But apparently, according to you, I also need to see Runa somewhere between probably before going back down the mountain and dropping off my armor.
do you know what hypoxia looks like?
No,
That's why you need to talk to the doctor.
hypoxia.
I
Okay, I'm gonna try
leave
and
your armor.
remember that.
I'll take it down.
All being extraordinarily kind.
Yeah, because I don't want to get shot and or stabbed.
Runa doesn't typically shoot people or stab people.
You're assuming it's just her. Her worship will do it first.
She hasn't struck me as that violent.
Have you?
I mean, both their worships are extraordinarily nice.
Extraordinarily nice.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One could even accuse them of being kind.
Kind. Definitely. Nice. Nice. I don't think,
Does nice mean something else up here? Should it be
yes.
saying generous?
Hey, your worship, Carrick, would you say that your sister's nice? Ever?
No.
And I think that's what Desimir does. He just kind of looks over, sees Carrick, and is like, he said nice. About...
Kind, perhaps, but nice. No.
Oh, it's good to see you're in a good mood.
Oh, well, no, I'm not in a good mood. Everything hurts, but, you know, I'm in a better mood. So that's
Oh,
good.
I understand the hurting. These three are starting to put me back through my paces. And apparently I'm going to be suffering more with your sister and having her get me back into proper fighting shape on a horse.
I don't know. I think you're holding back. You don't have enough bruises.
They were holding back.
No, that's what I'm thinking. They were holding back.
I didn't want the
But
doctor
apparently-
to come after me with when his self starts falling over for hypoxia, sir.
I can help him breathe. Worst comes to worst. Don't worry about that. George, forget this. You're still overdressed.
I'm in light armor, considering everything that's been happening. I figured I should be wearing something.
If it makes you feel safe.
If it was safe, I'd be in the heavier armor, but that needs to be patched up because there's still teeth and other things in it.
I can take it to Bruges, or we can wait for the blacksmith to be back in town.
Wasn't planning on leaving anytime soon, otherwise...
I'm a
If you know
mage.
something I don't-
I can teleport.
I am not going to ask you to expend of yourself unless it's something that you personally wish to do.
Oh, for the love of... And that's my good mood gone. I'm going to go back up to the castle. Let me know if you need anything. Or don't. You are being safe, aren't you, George?
Safe?
Responsible.
I think I have
Risk
been
averse.
relatively, yes.
Good.
I've been trying to learn about this wonderful place, its people, its culture, hopefully its language. But first, I also have to get myself in proper shape. One, if there is ever a wedding to occur, and two, given our current circumstances.
You're in the right fine shape, George. It's not your shape that's the problem.
I beg to fucking differ.
You're
I
running
have
hit
lost at
first.
least 2 steps.
That'll come back with time. You've got to take some rest.
I'm going to get plenty of rest. I've had too much rest. That's another problem we need to fix.
George, please don't make me play father.
It, no, no. But at the same
Because I'm
time,
not
there
your
are
dad.
things. No, but there are things that I can do to help my condition, and also be responsible, and also take care of some of my other problems by giving myself things to do. I'm
Fine.
trying to be responsible for myself and my healing, but there are things that I myself and not even Runa can help fix, but you can.
What you mean?
The entire curse problem.
George, I don't know if I can. Not that. If someone
Well,
else cursed you, probably, but you cursed yourself.
I just still don't understand how that works, but sure.
Well, it's. Look, curses and hexes, they draw upon ire. You have enough ire, and you point it at someone, the world responds to your emotion. Which means that, George, I think you need to take a look in the mirror.
Okay, so you're telling me instead of avoiding everything, I need to confront myself.
No, I'm not saying anything. You said that. I'm just nodding. Sagely.
Yes, your worship, I will take your sage advice and try and work on that. But is there anyone that you would want me to get a possible other opinion from, consult?
George, I already told you, talk to the voice.
I don't necessarily know where I can find her. Where should I go and look for her?
You didn't see Charlie this morning, did you?
I was up before Charlie was.
He was supposed to take you. Oh, right. Just follow the pathway down there. Take a left. Do you want me to walk you to her?
Should I change? Or is me being an absolute sweaty mess absolutely fine?
The woman has blessed babies fresh from the womb. This is nothing she hasn't seen before.
All right, let's go.
Right, this way. Yeah, I take it to the voice.
That's great. I just have a quick question for Runa because I saw that roll. What was that roll for?
It is for the things that Connor couldn't find for me.
Oh yeah, the things he can't easily just hand you.
Yeah. I gotta make some rolls for those.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll away. There should be the DCs as you go. But yes, so Carrick is leading George down the mountain, similar to the path that you just ran, but it kind of takes a sharp left in what would probably be a blind turn to anybody else who hasn't been here before, who hasn't lived here, who isn't from here. It's the quiet on the mountain, and then it leads up and through. It's more of a animal trail than anything else, but well tended. There are little small cairns along trail marks, really. And then at a break that you wouldn't expect, the vista opens out onto a clearing of a cliff that looks out across the mountains.
Oh,
And
this is breathtaking.
a small house. And a woman sitting at a large loom, stops, turns, gets up. Well, I thought she was going to be here earlier today.
You'll have to forgive George. He decided to be the eager beaver, woke up too early, and made some decisions.
Being proactive.
It's one word for it.
I didn't know the time of our appointment. My apologies.
Don't worry, don't worry. Have a seat. I'll get tea. Come on in, Carrick.
Of course.
You can help get the tea.
I can help. Alright. Getting the tea. Boiling the water. Know how it works. And Carrick, like, stops talking. and just starts going through the process of making tea.
There's... As you do so, roll me... human perception... I guess is the best way to... Yeah, go with human perception here.
I'm going to spend one of my own points of luck on this. No, I don't have 21 points of luck. Hold on. There you go. 27.
There's a sense from her of encouraging you to do the basics to remove you from pressure. Right? This is something you've done a million times before in her space, in her home. There's a quiet and a calmness that isn't magical, but is just ritual that comes from this. As she encourages you to turn and do the most basic of tasks, right? George, as she leads you in, she's gonna ask you to have a seat. We said a house, it's a croft. Low stone walls, high thatched roof, things hanging from the ceiling, herbs that smell. There's something hazy you can't quite make out to the right. Your vision just can't. There's something there, but you don't know what it is. She leads you to a small table and chairs in front of a fire, slightly away from where Carrick is making tea. There's a large woven tapestry hanging above the fire that the smoke doesn't touch. The chimney pulls it up. There's a slight shift and move and undulation to the tapestry. As you try and look at it, try and focus on it, it moves and shifts throughout your vision. There's a disorientation, but a warmness. Have a seat, George.
Thank you.
Carrick, thank you for the tea.
No problem. I'll just be outside. And then he's going to take like a distaff of wool and a spindle. Just go outside and spin some thread.
You will not hear what happens inside. You could try and push it if you really wanted, but you won't. George. She takes a look at you. Have some tea, dear.
Thank you.
You're uncomfortable.
It seems to be the regular sense of things, yes.
What would make you comfortable?
I don't think any of that's quite possible. So,
Hmm. Why not?
because that involves death of a necromancer, me not being cursed, not having as much guilt as I do, and having these, at least the newer hole in me, patched up.
No, that would make you feel better. That would make you feel safe. What would make you feel comfortable?
That's going to take time because I am a stranger in a strange land.
Hmm.
And I am deeply aware of my own ignorance. At the same time, I do desire to learn. And part of that discomfort is just how ignorant I am about so much.
And there's your problem. Ignorance can be fixed, George. It's a lack
I'm
of
open to fix-
information. But feeling that you have to have all the information to feel comfortable.
At least enough information that I don't feel quite so much of a stranger.
But we're all strangers.
But hopefully in time that's less of a fact.
Hmm. You want to put a boundary on the divine, George. A limit, an understanding.
Desiring to put a limit on the divine seems I can see that being what's perceived. I really don't care about the limitation. I care about if I can handle it.
But here's the thing, George. I call you George. I feel like I should. And she'll kind of lean over and pat your hand. Have some tea, dear. It'll make you feel better. You, by saying that you need to understand to feel comfortable, you can't ever fully understand the divine.
And it's part of why I said I could never quite be comfortable.
And that's where you're putting the limitations. You need to let go, George. Ask questions. Learn. Decide what kind of truth you're willing to embrace.
It's just the thing, I don't know what truth is anymore.
Now you're on the path.
And for the past 3 months, my life has been nothing but disruption. I thought I had things figured out. I was on a very specific path. I got knighted. I was fine being a household knight. Just being part of a household, training the next generation, and that being my lot in life. That apparently is not my lot in life.
None of us know our lot in life. Well, that's not 100% true. Most of us don't understand our lot in life because we think in that we have a set path George, if you want to hear the gods laugh, tell them your plans.
I do like making people laugh. It's something me and my father have in common.
And there's your provocation. You think about laughter in terms of a defense. If you can make them laugh, they'll like you.
You're half right. If you make them laugh, they'll stop thinking about how much they dislike me.
And you're convinced that everyone dislikes you, George.
Not everyone, but
Most,
a lot of people do.
a lot of people don't even know you, George. You are, at the end of the day, a knight of Jordania? Kovir? I think one of the two. But you'll be here. The only people who matter at the end of the day are the people you know. Trying to make everyone else laugh. Well, that's just a coping mechanism.
It's always good to have at least 5 of those.
Or better to address the issue.
Addressing issues? With the politics involved? Oh, good heavens, no.
No, address the issues here.
I'm a man who is still trying to find who he is, what he is, and what this world is, and what I want and what others want of me. I am incredibly lost. For the first time in 23 years, I am absolutely lost.
That is the first step to being found. When you hold tight to a plan that you've had, an idea, and you don't let anything else new in, you become lost. The lady has thoughts for you. Not a plan. That's ascribing the use to one of us that isn't quite right. But you know well that life is not perfect. No small weaving or tapestry is ever perfect. Only the dead get perfection, George, and you're not that yet, are you?
I would debate the dead get perfection at all, given what's going around.
Amongst us, yes. Someone else reviving the dead, well, that's bodies, not the soul. Soul's gone on. Body, someone taking that and using it, then that's their sin and their harm. But the souls of those have passed. They're past. You need to think about the world as it is, George. A giant, bloody mess. Full of people. Some good, some ill. Some straddling the line and shifting back and forth with their whim and their want. And some out there to cause harm. There's one thing that we all learn over the course of life. It's not. It's to see that those who want to harm know what they are, and that you can reject. But feeling that you know everything else, oh my lord, that's the height of hubris right there. You are, caring a little something, aren't you?
Oh, I'm carrying tons of things.
Guilt, aye. Fear, disorientation, attraction, respect. And aspirations. You're not a stranger in a strange land, George. You're a newcomer to the party who hasn't learned all the steps yet. But your dance partner wants to introduce you to them.
And I'd love to learn to dance. But I right now know that I am not necessarily ready to listen. I need to put some other things to rest before I can even learn the steps.
I wasn't talking about herself, but sure, let's go there. You are focused so much on being a stranger, on holding yourself apart. You say that you want to learn. Aye, you do. I see that. She sees that. But you're holding tight to stories of the past. Not for faith. Although that pin on the inside of your shirt, that's faith. Because that's where you believe yourself to have been. To believe you who yourself was. We all change, George. Time and tides rise and fall. Even the rock of the mountain changes. But if you hold too tight to who you were, don't open the door to who you'll be. Well, that's when you start doubting yourself. When you start feeling like everything you know is wrong. It's when you start thinking that you don't know the truth. Truth is movable. What was true for you in the past was still true for you in the past. There's just new truths for you to come to in the future.
See the wisdom of your words, and I thank you for it. But while I have the capacity to learn, there's at least one thing that I need to fix, whether that's confronting myself, whether that's something involving magic, whether that's just talking it out. I'm not going to learn much while having miraculously, apparently it's much more common than I think it is, having cursed myself. And holding on to the guilt over something that logically I know I'm not entirely responsible for, or responsible for at all. given perspective. But emotion doesn't care about logic.
You're right, emotion doesn't care about logic. It cares about other emotions. So what would you rather be feeling? What are you actually trying to avoid feeling that you want to hold on to that guilt so hard? Because it's a lot easier to feel guilty about failing to do something than be angry that you weren't there. Knowing, or the anger of knowing that there is nothing you could have done. Or the anger at someone who's passed and has no ability to tell you she's sorry. So it's easier to hold on to the guilt now, isn't it?
Again, half right. One of the first things that you learn as an actor is anger is a secondary emotion. It's reactionary. It is a mask or reaction to just being hurt, where the hurt comes from fear, pain, disappointment. It's a secondary thing. And I don't like being angry. I'll admit that. One of the reasons I have a deep and abiding dislike of my father is of all of his anger, righteous or unrighteous as it may be. But it's not necessarily the anger that's making me hold on to the guilt. It's the pain of the entire thing. This is a death that was unexpected, and it was a death due to betrayal. It's a death that, in many ways, I feel shouldn't have happened. And there was not a damn thing I could do to stop it. I wanted to stop
it. And there's your answer there, isn't it?
It's an answer. I don't know if it's good enough.
An answer doesn't have to be good or bad. It just has to be. And that's where you are now, George. Well, I'm sure herself will find reasons. You're not that bad for a southerner.
Thank you.
You really do have to get over that hypoxia thing, though. You can't be... Carrick! You can't let him go running up the mountain like this. He's not gonna last.
I try. The man doesn't listen. Every single time I've told him, don't do this, George. Don't do that, George. What does he do? Ignore me.
I didn't know hypoxia was a thing.
George.
And she gets up. She takes the tea things and puts them away. As she walks by the door, she'll kind of reach out and drop something in Carrick's lap and then walk around, pull a number of small things off, herbs, flowers perhaps? You're not 100% sure, hanging from the vine and the rafters above her. twists them as she walks and turns them as she goes. Hold on to this, George, and start talking yourself. The lady will listen, but you gotta listen too.
I'll try. Thank you.
And she kind of leans over and looks at Carrick. It's like, your doctor is a very good doctor. And she shifts in a heartbeat to dialect and looks at Carrick and goes, so what's this I hear about you doing things the wrong way around?
Doing what the wrong way round?
Giving a young person the things and...
Oh, I was not. Look, I was just... You know me and my sister. We just have... Sort of. I thought if I didn't get to him first, she'd get to him, and I wasn't having that.
And here she's out here making sure she can manipulate you into doing what she wants still anyways. You know that was her whole plan, Brandate.
At this point, I'm kind of getting it, but to be honest, I would have... The boy clearly just needs some watching over.
And she kind of glances at George, still in the croft, and says, you should ask her who the boy's father is.
That was my plan. Do I take it to have your blessing?
Of course you do. That was never the problem.
Oh, it's the other thing I don't have your blessing for. I think you'd like him. Even the version that he is now.
I haven't met the man.
Different. Once I have a proper chance to meet the man myself, I'll...
Oh, you're out here asking questions of me, but you haven't even met the man.
I have met the man, I just haven't...
Come back talking to me when you're ready and actually having proper conversations. Honestly, Carrick, you're being so far out of order on these things.
I'm afraid. That's all.
And
I'll get over it.
Your fear is what?
I don't speak in riddles. I already know the answer.
It's not riddles.
Go soothsay someone else. Someone needs soothing. Thank you for helping with George.
Yeah, and my door's still open for you. When you realize that you need to come talking to me.
In time. All in time. I'm not going anywhere. Although I might have to nip over to Kidwin for a little while.
I don't like them, she says declaratively, and she turns and looks at George. It's like, well, keep that on you. Make sure you have everything you need, and listen to the man most of the time.
You ready to get going, George?
Yes. Thank you again.
For what?
Just talking to her.
Oh.
You I have plenty to thank for, but for right now, thank you.
You're always welcome here, George. You can come by my house anytime. If you can find it.
Oh, you won't get
Always
lost.
I don't have the best sense of direction.
Well, and I point towards a tree where Eric is just waiting. You could always follow the bird.
Right. Eric, you are the wisest of us all. Just always out of the bird.
Oh, careful, it'll go to his head and he doesn't really have one anyway, come on.
So, now that meeting has happened, start learning the language?
George, you can start learning the language anytime you like.
Who should I learn from?
Who'd you like to learn from?
I think for starting out, I'd like to learn from Charlie.
Charlie?
Yes.
Aye.
It'll give the
All
boy
right.
something to do and to make him feel important.
He's got quite a lot to do, and he's quite important, and I think he knows that. But if you want to get to know the boy, I'm not going to stop you. Come on. But you have to ask him yourself.
I asked him, and he said that he needed approval from others. I'm guessing that is yourself and your sister.
No, George. Just come on. I'm sure the next time you ask him, he'll just say yes out of hand.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh.
Indeed.
Gee. All right.
What is
So
it? That, oh. I believe the first time Radovid came through, he said we were very funny people.
you do have an excellent sense of humor.
That's not what he meant.
Mm. Uh-huh. Well, I should probably see Runa, given what Decimir said about the hypoxia thing, and then I should most definitely get myself cleaned up.
Are you really struggling to breathe?
It's a little difficult. Not anything I'm not necessarily accustomed to. A little lightheaded, but nothing extreme.
Here. I pull out like a flask of water.
Mhm.
Drink that.
Sure.
The whole thing. Yeah.
At once?
Trust me. It's going to be over before you know it.
Okay. Drinks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 It's hilarious. He doesn't even know.
No. He doesn't.
You're suddenly have perfect breathing.
It tasted like water.
It was water.
That wasn't water. I feel much better now.
Oh, it wasn't water, George. Come on. And it won't last.
So limited time breathing. Got it.
No, more just... Never mind, come on.
Hey, Runa. Now that you have successfully gone not shopping, because Canner is not actually going shopping. He's just wandering around the village, pulling things as he can. And then a couple drinks.
Mm-hmm.
As you make your way back up to the manse, can I get an awareness? Actually, first I need an endurance. I need an endurance from you first.
I'm gonna add the rest of my luck to that one, I guess, and take one from chat.
Mm-hmm. You got 6. Or,
Oh,
excuse me,
thank
9.
God. It's a...
That's a
I got
30. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
No. Both you and Conir are not buzzed, but you've had a couple drinks and you're fine.
Mm-hmm. Enjoyed herself,
Enjoyed
the
yourself.
warmth.
It was the elf and the dwarf going drinking at the human bar. Like, you were fine.
Mm-hmm.
There is an elf behind the bar, but she keeps mostly to human grade stuff for a variety of reasons. Can I now get an awareness? You are not impaired, so you have a straight roll.
21.
21. You would see George and Carrick making their way back up the mountain. And on the path in front of you.
As I'm talking to Conyer as we're
Mhm.
as before I see them, Like, and thank you so much for dealing with those dogs for me. Also, getting the stuff from them. I really appreciate that. Sometimes they're a little too big for me to get their stuff. And I look up, and my eyes travel up the path of the mountain. I look back, and I'll be like, well, this seems like a very natural way for you to just show up. But I won't impose on you if you don't want it.
Right. And I figure by this point that most of the conversation has been in Dwarven for the rest of the afternoon. And he will slightly lengthen his stride. Again, the man is 6'4", but he is used to dealing with people who are not as tall as him. So it was easy for him to adjust his stride to keep pace with you and have it feel natural, but also he just needs to open his stride just enough that now he's gaining ground faster than you are in a natural way. Oh,
I still have the little legs. It's unfair. As I start running up to keep up on them. To roll up, I'm assuming on these two.
21, I would say you would notice. What would she notice, George, about how you're breathing fine, but you also know it's a time limit on how well you're breathing? So is there anything physical that she would notice about that?
One of the things that would be very clear, because again, he hasn't cleaned up since.
Yeah.
So like hair is greasy from the back. Like he is obvious, like he is sweated through, especially the gambeson pants. Like the back of the knee is just soaked. Patches in the back are just like started to dry up from having that like conversation and then walking like more casually. But like he is definitely exerted. He's keeping pace and seemingly like decent posture, breathing straight, but also just like still has that same level of physical. He's exerted himself significantly physically earlier. And it's like he's now just doing more physical exertion, but it's much more low key after having had a rest.
I'm going to make just 2 rolls real quick. Do a quick little deduction to just think about. Yeah, and then I'm going to go ahead and do just a quick, I guess I'll do like a healing hands.
Well, you have to get to him first. Unless, you're using healing hands as a diagnosis?
Yeah, as a diagnosis.
So you have diagnosed for a reason.
Well, I guess. I mean, I'll use it. Absolutely.
I would say this is a diagnosed case. Yeah, 22.
All right. So as I'm like rushing to keep up with Conir, I'll look over at the two to see like when we're gonna meet them, and that's when I'll notice Sir George. I'll notice how much you've just sweat, and I'll notice the activity we're doing, just going up a mountain. And I know a lot about mountains. And as someone who stayed in Mahakam as a doctor for a while, and around Mahakam, I think about humans and mountains. And then I remember, you're from the south, aren't you? You're not a mountain person.
Big flatland guy.
Oh, George. And then I'll look at you even more closely and notice the places where you're sweating, and I'm like, oh, George. And now, like, I'm actually earnestly running or, like, moving to not so much keep up with Conir, but to, like, actually catch up with George before the man passes the fuck out. He's not exhibiting signs of, like, distress, but I feel like he should be. And I don't know why that is, and now I must know. So now we're both moving with purpose towards this group.
I think it's a case of Connor just lengthened his stride to walk more naturally. You started running to keep up. Then you actually start running because you see something medical, and he's like, wait, there's an actual reason to go. And now we've got he's gonna gain ground aggressively, and yeah,
At about like
the thing is, he's not trying to hide at the moment.
maybe like 20-ish meters away, where I think like just like he would start to hear me, because I also know if like you're experiencing almost about to pass out, you're not going to hear very well, so I can a little
Carrick
get closer.
Stops George, hearing the two running up towards them and assuming, well, something's happening.
Well,
I'm like, George,
What?
that's you, George.
Oh,
George,
yes,
sit down.
Yes.
George, sit down.
I'm
look
almost too.
at Carrick, and I'm gonna glare at Carrick, assuming it's your fault. And I'll look at George and be like, sit down right now.
What? I'm
down.
fine.
George, sit down.
Oh, okay,
I'm
I'm
still
sitting
wanting
down
to catch
now.
up to you.
George. Not really.
What did you do? What did you do to him?
Nothing.
He didn't
No,
do
he's from the
anything to
south.
me.
You're from
Is this the
What do you-
hypoxia thing?
Yes, it is.
the apoxia? Are you experiencing?
No,
And I'll look back over
I'm
at
okay.
you, Carrick.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault. I didn't necessarily know about this being a thing. I did some sparring, and then I did some running with Decimir. Then there was the concern after Decimir put 2 and 2 together. I've rested. I've done some more walking. It's all been very, very low key.
And you're breathing
Carrick
from
gave-
the water I gave you.
Carrick gave me some water, and I'm feeling better. But I know it's temporary.
Well, that's what happens when you... Breathing water is not a normal human condition, George.
I'm breathing water. Fun.
Yes, you are. It's easier than the air for you right now.
George, you did not say you were doing any of this today, actually, when I spoke to you earlier. You've been awake all
I
night,
didn't.
doing God knows what, and then you stay up this morning and you start to... And I'm going to start just, like, arguing and
What do you
positioning
mean
myself
you were
in
awake
front
all
of
night?
George. And I'm starting to... Because he was afraid of... It doesn't matter. You stop interrogating. It's my turn to interrogate. You go stand over there. And I point off in a distance, vaguely in the direction of Conir. Now what do you mean? How are you? And I'm just gonna go through all the symptoms with you, George, to be like, are you about to just die? How are we doing? Can we breathe? And I'm just going through all of it.
I'm breathing out. I just had a little bit of lightheadedness, a little bit of windedness, but nothing severe.
George, you just woke up from being cursed. When you were injured, and then you didn't heal that. In fact, you're worse off. You were fighting an infection when I found you yesterday, and now today you are. And then yesterday we also fought a bunch of bullshit, and now here we are. Somebody exploded on you. God knows what's inside of their blood. Let's hope nothing bad, because we don't know. Because you've decided instead to go physically exert yourself, making that blood run through your body even more. And then not only that, you decided to run a walk around a mountain when you're from the south, George. George, when was the last time you were on a mountain, George?
If it helps, he wanted to train with a bunch of knights.
Yes, that's what I wanted to do.
George? George?
Carrick now
Madden?
actually just stands back and enjoys this.
Conir is
Sir
going
George?
to come walk up next to Carrick and just hand him the bottle that they brought from the bar.
Completely useless for me, but this is surely a good show.
I mean, for us also.
Pretty much.
It's like, Sir George Vedden, we were in... What isn't getting through your mind? You are experiencing it with your body at the moment that we were in a terrible fight with a bunch of wraiths. You were hurt very badly, mind you. Then I healed you for 0.5 seconds before you decided to run home, where then your curse decided to kick in, and then you didn't heal at all. In fact, again, you're worse. Infection. I hope you understand that this means you're not leaving my sight for the next couple of days, at least.
It's going to make some conversations very awkward, but sure.
Did he mention that he decided to leave the manse in the early hours of the morning to avoid talking to anyone?
What?
George?
Carrick is looking at you like the devil himself.
Like,
George,
it's
not just your body
purely
that is
like,
hurt. Your mind is also hurt, and you've decided instead the way you were going to treat that was by overexerting yourself, fighting a bunch of knights. You're capable, George, but you're also extremely hurt in more ways than one. And how did that go for you? You know what? No, you answer me. How did that go for you? How were you feeling after that?
better mood wise.
Careful.
Bruna will turn at you and give you the biggest glare in the world, as in, you shut up. He's talking right now, and looks back
looks
at
like he's
George.
trying to breathe because he's laughing too hard and trying not to make it audible.
Emotionally better, physically definitely more tired, but not in any sort of
Eric,
significant pain.
Carrick, drop the spell.
That's not how it works. It just goes on.
Carrick, when
No,
does the
it's
spell
not.
end?
It's not active, is it?
It's 30 minutes. It's
Yeah,
probably
it'll
it's
run
probably
out.
just about ending right about now.
I'm a little, dizzy, a little achy, mostly from getting hit, and actually mostly from the running. My legs hurt.
The running,
But
George? Where'd you run,
yeah,
George?
the run
Where were you
up
running?
and down the mountain.
Up and down. How long, George? Who were you
It was
with?
about I was
God,
with
do not tell
Desimir.
me you were alone. Desimir. Interesting. I thought he was smarter than that. Granted, I thought you were smarter than that. Do you know why we need oxygen, George? Are you aware of why that's important for our bodies to be able to breathe? And you know what's
I know.
up in the not in the mountains commonly? The higher the elevation away from the water?
Air.
Yes. And you need it. You know why? To use your fucking brain, George, which obviously you didn't need any of the more help to be up on the mountain. Just running up and down, just breathing what? Hopes and prayers? George, we're going to get into this castle. You're going to go clean yourself up because you look like a goddamn mess. You're not going to die of lack of oxygen while you're in that bath. Or so help me, George, I will kill you myself. Bring you back, kill you myself.
Give it some time, George. You'll acclimate. People have before.
And then we're going to sit
How
down. We're
long
going
does
to
it
have
normally take?
a good conversation.
A couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks, and don't overexert yourself in that time, and
Don't
you increase the amount of exercise you do, like slowly.
incrementally.
Right.
Okay.
Don't get involved in anything of training that would be he kind of just looks you over, and the thing is, Conir has said that he teaches both language and combat. Involves putting blunt force objects against your rib cage and your lungs. Like,
Okay.
and he pokes 3 of your bruises in your torso.
And
oh,
you'd probably also want to avoid sprinting, otherwise. And Carrick reaches down and taps the back of your calves.
Mhm.
You go get
Why?
that
Why? What? Why?
build up of lactic acid.
I understand that I have done a number of things wrong and foolishly.
And you didn't sleep last night?
No,
he didn't apparently.
cursed. Apparently, if I sleep, I don't get back up.
George.
I'm going to very patiently take you back up to the manor. I'm going to look over at you, Carrick. Because you didn't bring him to me immediately, what you're going to do is you're going to be good because you know the area. You're going to go into the mountains with this one over here, and he is going to find things I need.
We have a
guys,
whole
I'm
alchemist
talking right now.
Storage. You know
You're
that,
gonna
right?
go down into the mountain. It'll be good for you. You need fresh air. You're gonna go down into the mountains, and you're gonna
I've been
find
running around all
with
day.
him. Don't care. You should have gotten me
Also,
immediately.
All I did was take him to see the voice, and then take him
I
to
don't
see
care.
you.
I don't care. Should have been me then, the voice.
We didn't
You
know where you
go.
were, Runa.
I'm sorry, Prince Drakthison. I was in Kovir down the fucking mountain. You
I
could
had
have found
Charlie
me.
run
Anyone could
around
have
the
found
manse
me.
looking for you. You know that?
You have a direct connection with the person I was walking around with, and now you're going to go with this direct connection down into the mountains and get me this thing, because he'll get it in a jiffy. Won't you, Conair?
Sure.
Please hold.
Thank you.
Please hold. Please just hold.
Please hold.
I'll actually spend 1 point of luck on that because I was going to declare that and I forgot to. So it's an 18.
Uh-huh.
What the fuck is this?
This is, I am mad. I'm mad. She's mad. Runa's mad.
Obviously that. I'm talking about...
She's mad. And she's mad at George. And because she's mad at George, and also a little bit of misplaced anger at George for reasons that you're not going to get with the 17 or 18, is she can't be that mad at George. So some of this anger is going to you instead. It's misplaced anger, yes, but it's towards you. And you know, because we've been friends so long, that I'm not gonna, I'm mad, and I'm not letting it go.
Yeah, but why send me off with this one?
Because I've just spent the afternoon with him just going around and picking. I don't trust you to pick shit in the mountains, but he'll know what it is. Because I've spent the entire afternoon with him where he's just like, reach around tree grab thing that I didn't even see, nor did he really see. He just kind of knew it was there, and it's going to be dark, and he's going to be better at it. It's not a... Is it maybe a little bit of a push for you guys to talk? Maybe. Little hard to tell because she's so mad. But it definitely is from a genuine, I need more shit. And I was going to get it from the stores. But you know what? Fuck you. You're going to go get it for me.
And I think Conyer is just like, come on.
And you know what? The mountains, you know who's not in the mountains? Noble bullshit people. That's the other thing you'll probably discern just from knowing each other for so long.
Go get Charlie. He can help.
Are you speaking to me?
Obviously. Who else am I going to speak to? This one? He's already running out of breath.
We're gonna get up to this manor right now, and we'll go get Charlie. You
Good.
go get me, first thing on this list, some phosphorus. You go get me some goddamn phosphorus. Show him where he can find some, and
That's
then I'm
in
gonna go up.
caves. You realize that, right? You realize that, right? You... Oh, for the love of...
Come on, it's over here. I'll get it.
I'm
I'll
not
get
walking into a
gone.
cave with you.
Are you concerned I have designs on your virtue, sir?
I have no virtue.
That
Or just I
isn't...
don't really feel like wandering into caves today. What were you talking about? You and her.
complicated political bullshit of a noble variety.
I probably should take offense, but honestly, I'm too tired to.
That's assuming that it was about you.
When Runa says something about complex political bullshit, part of her is referring to me. I mean, look, I know it sounds very full of myself, but truth be told, I do occupy a fair amount of that woman's time and mental space.
Yes, but in this particular instance, less about you and more about people you're related to and their political bullshit.
Uh-huh. And you?
I'm not your sister.
Obviously you're not my sister. She's...
No, I said, and not your sister. She's not the one we're concerned about.
If this is about my aunt...
Not, well, very tangentially. It's more about your grandfather and the members of his court that are still in your building.
Member is just nausea at this point. And he's quite tangled up in his own mess.
That's it. It's nothing I'm touching with a 10-foot pole.
You know him better than I do.
In a very vague sense.
All I remember of him is my younger days. My mom liked him, that's all.
I'm sure she did.
Hate to break it to you, Connor, but technically speaking, we're on opposite sides of the fence.
I'm very aware of
the
that.
whole elf thing. Although I'm barely an elf as it is, aren't I?
Well, according to some people, you're more elven than I am. And always will be.
I believe truly that the people who fought in Aelirin's rebellion and the Fallen Leaves would just love a half-elven king.
Half Ansheed over the Anal Whore's son? Or the reincarnation of their nightmares? Which one do you
I'm a
think?
better option than you, but I'm probably a bit more offensive.
Probably not. I mean...
Connor, don't make me point out the fact that you still have pointed ears.
Yes, I have pointy ears. And dark hair and pale skin, and my teeth are very much not flat.
And I filed mine and cut my ears off. There's someone worse than the opposite, and it's the one who denies their heritage. Never mind why I did it or how.
Anyways, she didn't want... She's aware of the fact that certain conversations cannot be had in the presence of other people.
What conversations would that be?
You want to ask questions about things that you think you know. And he kind of like chucks a rock to the side and cracks a fissure and starts pulling phosphorus out of a little fissure in the cave.
Carrick's not bothering. We don't need phosphorus. There's
I
stuff
know,
in the stores.
It's this kind of, it's negligent, right? Like, this is obvious. I am doing this because if I bring back just a little bit, then she won't be mad at me. If she's mad at other people, that's a separate issue. But if she's not mad at me, is all he's thinking about. But he's also not going out of a lot of effort to it. Huh?
Runa's always mad at Carrick. It's fine. I don't have any questions last I checked. What? Okay, maybe perhaps you should stop jumping about just talk about what you want to talk about.
Fine. You want to try and heal my mother from her dying condition. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I do.
And?
There are certain restrictions on the entire conversation and the being of happening of that are bound to certain texts. And we can't talk about it in public now, can we?
Do you want me to do the thing?
If you ask the questions, I can answer, mostly.
I don't really have any questions.
Good. All right, then. You'll walk into the whole thing blind.
How? Well, no, I'm not entirely blind. I've got a very good idea of how the biological connection about the lack of choice, lack of decision making. I completely understand that what the anchor is both a biological connection and a metaphysical one. And on top of all that, I realize that, to be frank, she doesn't choose who she has affection for. And it doesn't go away just because the affection goes away. Otherwise, well, who would want to be in love with Erden?
Almost no one. I would assume definitely not me.
Why?
Why what?
It's alright.
Why what?
Well, I mean, you should probably say it so I don't have to hide it anymore. The fact that I figured it out.
Grand, you and I all figured it out many, many years ago, but she holds to that lie like there's nobody's business.
Of course she does. She loves you.
Mm-hmm. And as long as she can hold to that lie, she's happy. Well, not happy. She thinks it makes me feel better. It's real
No,
obvious
it's not
looking in the
about
middle.
that. You're considering your feelings too much.
Please, do
Arden-
enlighten me.
Arden murdered thousands of people, enslaved thousands of others. He was a right prick, an arsehole, and I'm glad he's dead. But I didn't kill him. So what if I did? What if I wanted to kill him, but unfortunately the job was taken from me? Well, the sins of the father become the sins of the son. Just trying to save your life. At least she knows, as I figured out, that if someone were to know the truth, well, they'd be fine for it for a while. But sooner or later they wouldn't abide you to live, because the rage that Erden caused amongst the people that he hurt, that hasn't gone away just because he's dead now.
Again, all true statements.
She's trying to protect you.
She has.
I'd advise letting her.
I have. I've never made a comment about it in public. Still
That's
technically haven't.
Okay, fine. I mean more that... You know, you're a really stubborn arsehole. Sometimes.
Pot meets kettle.
Of course I am. Look at where I'm a grandson of Radovid. And a grandson of... I mean...
Somehow your family tree is still not worse than mine, so keep going.
But it is aggressively complicated. And when it comes down to it, obviously I've had to be stubborn because I could have been not railroaded, I don't understand that word yet. Obviously I've had to be stubborn because otherwise I'd have been pushed down tracks that were made for me, probably leading to my death, or the death of the people that I care about. So yes, I've had to be stubborn. Connor, the way you've had to be stubborn, it's not a qualitative statement, it's a quantitative one. You're stubborn. You're a stubborn arsehole sometimes. Sometimes the word is just that. Not an insult. Don't take it as an insult. I'm glad to be stubborn. Stubbornness is the reason why I'm still alive. Hey, last I checked, you're not the one cursed here.
I haven't actually checked on that. It could be possible. Plenty of people probably have cursed my bloodline.
Cursed your bloodline and cursed you is two different things, believe it.
I know.
I carry it well. Do you know what it feels like to have your own blood hurt you?
Yes.
Of course not. How so? Physically, I mean.
Yes.
When?
Carrick, I am 205 years old. And I've been in my mother's care for 200 of those years. It's not the wild hunt that caused me to have a flashback on the field. It's Eridan himself. I am very aware of what Eridan was like.
No, you're talking about a person. I'm talking about my actual literal blood.
Oh,
those are two
sorry.
different things.
Well, it just sounded like you were talking about your family.
No, I'm not.
Okay, well,
I'm talking
that's,
about the fact that it hurts I hurt every single day, and on top of it, I'm actually weaker than most people. I hide it, I cover it up, but I am. So believe me, if you were cursed, you'd know it. It doesn't matter. That's not the point I was trying to make. Why did she... Clearly she wanted you to say something. What did she want you to say?
What she wanted me to say and what actually needs to be said are two different things, Carrick.
You don't get to criticize me not listening to my doctor if you refuse to.
But this is a case of conversations need to change based on who's having them. So the honest answer is, Carrick, I am fully aware. And he kind of leans slightly against the side of this cave and opens space between you, physically. That this lack of choice and my presence are a burden upon you. Your kindness in how you choose to deal with that, I appreciate. But I am fully aware... Go ahead, say it.
No, you're really being a fucking asshole now.
I'm being an asshole.
Yes, you are.
Why?
Have you ever Do you really think I'm trying to save your mother?
No, but I figure if you keep talking about it that way, then both of us can keep the lie going.
No, obviously not. And I'm not pretending it either. I have no idea why you... I'm not even trying to lie about it. I'm trying to make sure I don't accidentally harm you. That's all I'm doing, because you don't have a choice in this, and neither do I. You're not a burden on me. This thing is a burden on us both, and I'd like us to both be rid of it. So I'm trying to fix it, however I can.
Kevin, I'll tell you the same thing I told Runa. My mother stood in a room with your grandfather, your mother, your aunt, your uncle, a whole bunch of other elven assholes of a pretentious variety.
Thanks.
Rory was there. What else am I supposed to call him? Dead? I like. With me and 30 other members of our family. Right now, there are 2.5 of us. We know how this goes, Carrick, because we've seen it play out over and over and over again. And it gets worse when members of your charming grandfather's court find out truths. Because then statements can be made and changes can be forced. But it doesn't happen soon and it doesn't happen quick. So, again, I appreciate...
Obviously not, but I'm not going to risk it either way. And second of all, and perhaps most importantly here, where the hell is the stubbornness now? If you're doomed to die out, lash out against the heavens. Break bones. Spill blood. Don't go out like that.
It's not about going out like that, and we don't lash out at the heavens, Carrick. We lash out at a target. Pointed. And occasionally violent, but most of the time in a variety of ways. My mother is an enigma and a complication, but she didn't raise a fool. There are ways of lashing out and going against the order of things, so to speak, that one would perhaps not necessarily expect. But perhaps they're done in the quiet, and they're done ways away from other folk. this whole conversation is way away from other folk.
You're not thinking rationally. And I understand why. But you have to understand that I'm in your corner here.
Hey, I know.
Don't think you do.
He kind of stands up at that and gives, like, not a smirk, but just a shift of his mouth. Carrick, if I didn't believe you were in my corner, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
We're having this conversation because I pushed it.
No. We're having this conversation because Runa pushed it.
And you still were not about to ignore her. Just one more time. Just really put it... You're lucky I don't tell her. She'll blow up at you like she did against George, which, by the way, I haven't seen her that angry in a very long time.
That was kind of pretty. On a scale of like 1 to 10, it might be right about there the time I caught caught my mother threatening to cut off Rory's dick.
Well, she's late to that bunch.
I don't know that she's late so much as she'll appreciate it after the fact. Or she appreciates it, I guess.
I
Carrick,
don't think it's going to work. But fine, go ahead.
You don't think what's going to work?
Never mind.
Oh, the thing with the thing between the two of them?
No, just talk.
The talk. Well, truth is, we are a lot more subtle as a people, as a folk, than people up here are. You want to be loud and public and grand. Good. You be loud and public and grand, and I'll be quiet and dark and slip through the back and stab him in the throat.
The people you're up against can't be stopped by slitting their throats.
Oh, God, don't I know that.
So maybe it's time to trust my judgment instead?
I trust your judgment. I'm just saying that we perhaps have different means of expressing our anger.
See, that's your mistake. Anger isn't a... Anger's a distraction. I've been angry, I know that. But it's a distraction for something else. Don't be angry, be... Life is worth living. Fuck anyone who says otherwise, and fuck anyone who tries to take it from you.
And at that, he'll kind of step forward. Not into your space, but removing the distance that was between the two of you. I have lived a very different life than you, Carrick. But life is still worth living. And how you get there is what you get. Now, someone keeps telling me that I should make my appearance known in front of him, but that doesn't work all the time. So perhaps one might trust my judgment when I understand what the optics are going to be.
Stop worrying about the optics. That's my job, not yours.
No, I'm pretty sure it's both ours.
No, it's mine.
You're not the one they can literally turn off with a word.
No, I'm the one they want.
You're the one they need.
Either way, they need me more than they hate you.
I don't know that that's 100% true.
Oh, it is. I saw that the last time I saw Rory.
I will say...
I've never met a man who hated me more, despite the fact he didn't know me, and at the same time knew he couldn't do nothing about it.
Let's go see there's a thing for your mother.
Please take soap and scrub that from my brain. I didn't need to know that.
You kinda did, so you know the concept.
Why? There are certain things you don't tell a man.
The reason he was mad at your existence is because your father he lost to.
Obviously, I still didn't need to hear it out loud.
Sometimes you need to acknowledge the pieces on the board so that you can work around them.
I'm already acknowledging myself as a piece. I don't need to know more of that. Thank you very much. He's dead.
And now we have to acknowledge the fact that a bishop has been removed from the board, and we'll have to deal with the fact of what replaces it.
Still my problem, not yours.
It's our problem, Carrick.
No, it's mine, and I'm going to make it mine.
Once
this is all done, you and Alienor, and I promise you this, will be free to do whatever the hell you'd like. Your job for us is done.
Mm.
Even if that means me taking up a throne and ordering it myself.
He'll take another step forward and go, and this, Carrick, is why Runa is concerned about you thinking that you're full of noble shite. It's our job, working together. So, I appreciate the thought.
Of people like me, as you like to prove and say over and over how lordly I am, the point of people like me is to be in front. Is to take the brunt of the damage and do the brunt of the work. Otherwise, why have a castle?
And the point of people like me, Carrick, is so that those noble shite lords standing at the front doing their best to defend the folk behind have the best target that they can hit, the best information that they can work from, and occasionally don't get stabbed in the back by a friend.
I can handle that. Also, by your own admission there, that means you have to listen to me.
No.
Oh, you do. You just don't know it yet. Good talk. Let's get out of this cave before I... Oh, too tired to deal with this shit.
Go on ahead, sir.
Call me that again and I will gut you.
Again. Like to see you try.
Would this count as like an ambush? Because I don't think he's actually expecting me, right? He's not.
You didn't declare an ambush, so you can make the roll, but you don't get the +5 bonus.
Alright, I'll spend my point of luck. How much luck does Chad have left?
5.
How much are you comfortable with me taking, you two?
For ambushing Conir?
Yes. Yes.
Go
one. I'll give you one. From me.
She's more generous from me. So take your one.
Okay. Strike.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an extra action. Unarmed. Ran. Shoot. Is there anything I can do? Hey, you know what? Would you say this is deceitful?
I will technically allow it.
A little scheming bonus for me. Thank you very much.
Sure, you can take that scheming bonus. I'm going to take 3 of my points of luck.
Oh, that's not fair. Come on. Let me have this.
No.
He deserves it. He's being a jerk. 25.
30. I think it's the case... Wait, here's the question. What are you doing? What does this look like?
Oh, he's turning his hand into a knife and just jabbing it right up at Connor's gut as if to prove I can get to you.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's the case of he's going to take... Because it's a dodge, right? He's going to take that hand that's coming in, shift it as if it's a beat attack, right? And then do that fencing thing where he steps into the attack even further while he holds your hand out.
And I'm going to reach out with my other fist and try to strike his hip.
Okay.
It's only 17.
Yeah. And you didn't spend luck on that one, so I won't spend luck on this one. for a 21.
He's gripping me now, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. I'm going to smirk at him,
Mm-hmm.
and then we're going to fall.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you
Hold
mean
on, I
you mean
don't-
a portal?
Yep,
Cool. Did you roll?
right underneath her feet.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Yep. And you didn't spend any luck on that, so I won't spend any of mine. Okay, it actually happens.
Yeah, of course it does.
Mhm.
This is Carrick.
Look, he can turn off portals. He was just going to dispel yours.
Yeah, it was going to be the study. The study that no one uses. Carrick is prepared for what's happening.
Mhm.
Don't know if Connor is.
He's not unprepared. He's not surprised because he attempted to dispel it, right? Like, but
It doesn't know where we're going.
no.
Could be in the ballroom in front of thousands of people.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, how much broken glass is still in that study?
Oh, it would have been swept. It's been an
It's been
entire
cleaned up.
day,
Yeah, it's been
people.
it's an entire day. It's been cleaned up.
Carrick's been like sending letters and doing actual work.
Yeah, he has. I have a list over here. And he just looks at you and is like, oh, that. Great. Well, if we're doing that way.
No, we're not. We're done.
No, it's not going to go off.
We really are done, just to be clear.
Yeah. And I think it's a case of like he goes to do it and then shifts his head in the middle of casting and stops. And lets you go and steps back.
Start listening. And I crack open the door. I'm going to quickly do an awareness check to see who's on the other side, just in case it's someone I have to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
21.
No one's directly outside the door. You can hear from the study, or not from the study, from her, like, sitting room that they were cleaning up from the exploded person. You can hear your sister, ranting in dialect. But it's that case of, like, that dumb motherfucker really did that. I cannot believe he was that fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'll go straight to her room. And we're yelling because...
And she stops in that moment and looks around because you realize no one else is in here. Carrick! Hi, how are you? Having a good day?
Now that you said having a good day, I'm certainly not. What is happening? Who did what? Why are you so upset? And where's Charlie?
Charlie's at classes where he belongs. He's 10.
I'm gonna need his help.
All right.
Now you.
And she just hands you like a pile of a ledger.
Explain?
Finances are fine, but somebody's been not somebody, someone did provide a liberated some things, shall we say.
Who and what?
Whose do you think? And what? Everything that was in the shroud case. For the egg. And that's where we're going to
Oh,
end for
shit.
tonight. Well, I'm glad that Norden got to be here for a little bit. Did we have fun?
Yeah. Yeah. Hi.
Yeah,
My
you
name's
get to go
Norman
first.
Kovir. My pronouns are he, him. I played character Atkinson for about 10 minutes.
An hour and a half.
Really? Didn't feel like
Yeah.
that. My love today goes to George for just putting up with all of that crap. Just mountain of it. Total mountain. And Runa for both getting it right and also getting it wrong. Prax, same to you. Oh, the amount of assumptions made there. The amount of assumptions, some of which were close to the money and some of which were so off it's not even funny.
It's almost like not everyone involved had all the information, but I do.
And tons of love to me for being right all the time, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm done.
No. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Hey, PB, tell them how that's not how that works.
You know, sometimes you think you're right all the time, and you know that's for you. That you can have that one. Doesn't mean it's right for the rest of us. Hi, I'm PB from PB Plays Inside, where you can find me over on Twitch.tv and on Blue Sky under the same name. Today I played our good Dr. Verna, and that was fun. Shout out to just George navigating this world is my favorite thing. I just love seeing George have to navigate through everything, and just how good of a sport he is and everything, despite all the trauma he's been experiencing. Just falling into this experience has been such a fun just thing to watch and see where things bubble out of him and when they don't. I'm a very big fan of it, and I'm a very big fan of how you're playing it, Pope. And Norden, hey, surprise! Happy to have seen you. I'm glad to see you just in the same way operating through your world. You know, like this is a place, well, you haven't been here in a while. It's still your home. And so just watching the way you maneuver Carrick to feel so comfortable in this space is such a fun just difference between how George is navigating the space, bumbling about, as I believe how you put it, and meanwhile Carrick walking around with a careful authority all over the place. It's fun to see that difference, and of course I love to see conversations between you and your paramours, because I think we learn more in those conversations than anywhere else about Carrick and who he is as a person, as opposed to when he's doing his political machinations with literally everyone else. So I love. Am I wrong?
The slander.
The slander. Look,
The
I don't even have to make a roll
accuracy.
for that.
I don't politically maneuver Runa. I just tell them about things she doesn't care about.
Mm-hmm.
It's so true, because I know it's noble bullshit. And as soon as you get into your noble posture, I'm like, whatever, Carrick. And now we know maybe it's because she's known some nobles in her life. And with Prax, all of it, just playing opposite Verna as Conir, and just letting Verna speak her mind how she would want to speak her mind, and not trying to be nice about it, as she tries to be always with everyone else, which I'm sure helps not at all when trying to give, I don't know, advice, talk to them about certain things. You know, I'm sure some lines never get crossed because of that. But I just loved seeing how you played Conir, because we've seen glimpses of him, and mostly in duress speaking with Carrick. So being able to see his personality a little bit more was a lot of fun. And the same thing with the lady we hear, or in the voice. We've heard a lot about the voice, and I really like seeing the personality and how much personality is so alike to the people of this place, of Kovir. And it's, it's just like another piece of the puzzle to this place, and I really enjoyed seeing it.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll let everybody ask questions after Pope gives his spiel.
Hey everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build on the internets over at Blue Sky and start playing games. Wow, tonight was really cool. From getting to see just Runa from those moments with Cleglis at the very beginning, and seeing more of Runa's past just through conversation. Getting to see just how much more like Runa's not just sort of a moderating force for like Carrick, but a moderating force for Cleglis. that was new, and that was interesting to see.
I would like to take it. I would like, for that one point, I would like to take everybody back to multiple weeks ago when we first introduced Cleglis just before the party, and both Norden and Pope said, "Oh, she's the sane one."
I stand by that statement. I still stand by that statement. You know what? I'll die on that hill.
But like again, like Runa being this very sort of like moderating force. As much as we've seen, Runa has a mind, will, drives of her own that go to places that Carrick hints at going, but he won't cross that line. Runa will. Just definitively. And we see kind of like, again, while she will and has, we can also kind of see where she gets it from. Like, Cleglis will just cut somebody. And seeing after everything that we've seen with Runa going, oh, so Runa's moderating the love of her life. Oh dear. And then to have this beautiful exchange between Runa and Connor. Because again, you were absolutely right, PB, hitting the nail on the head. Like oftentimes when we see him, it's off of Carrick. But we're getting to see him as a more whole of a person, more aspects of his personality when he's away from Carrick, and that having that like him like we've already seen Runa like these are my family now, very dwarven, just full on. These are my family now, and Connor begin to accept that. And just having the beautiful moment, like them finally going down to the pub and then them like returning from, was just beautiful. So yeah, both PB Prax, like that was absolutely just gorgeous to watch. And let alone to see again, as PB Rob, this person that we've heard a great deal about, we've seen very little of with the voice. And I don't know if the audience does, but I definitely appreciate all the work that you have put in, not just to this character, but to this world, and where this woman is a linchpin to so much labor that we only get glimpses of. So thank you for her. And it also transitions into Norden. We got to see some very interesting things this episode. Again, I love character moments. I love character building. And his interactions with the lady, with the voice, so different from everyone else we've ever seen. Like him actually like not just familial deferring, because we've seen that sort of familiar back and forth and difference with Madras, but this being a woman who commands not just his respect, but also like he is not a man who takes orders or even suggestions oftentimes from his friends. But she says, go make tea, he goes make tea. So this was like a definitive like character moment, and him just there's no pushback. There was just going and doing this very simple thing. There was still this very character thing of why does she tell me to do this? But there was still no hesitation in going and doing it. And then having that exchange after her talk with George, and this woman not just being a religious figure, but in some ways sort of a surrogate parent, not just to like Carrick, but this entire community. And we know these figures, we have them in our own communities. So to actually see this just makes the world come so much more alive. And then to finally have to see Carrick, not the prince, Carrick, get to enjoy Runa letting loose on George. Just the sheer, like, it's finally not me. I am enjoying every second of this. This is delicious. And the sheer joy of Carrick getting to see, like, his friend just, because Carrick's been exasperated with George for about like 2 months now. And this tiny volcano erupting at this bumbling fool of a man, just like finally, yes. It was just delightful to see. And it's been a delight to have all of you here with us. We're live VOD YouTube. This story is nothing without science. You're much a part of this as we are. Please take care of yourselves and look out for one another. If you want to see more of this silly face, you can tune into Laugh Love Lindy's channel this Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern for some Call of Cthulhu, Nightmare at Vestibule. A ritual's happening. There's going to be some definite heartbreak, probably some sanity being lost. There are so many consequences, folks. Like it hurts, and I am actively dreading, excitedly, what's going to happen come Wednesday. So please, if you want to see that and me lose my mind, come join us. But also be back here on Sundays for more of what has been this incredibly compelling, fruitful, wonderful story that all these people are putting together.
So do you have a question for me?
I am just wondering how terrified our trinity of knights are once Runa gets back into the mats.
Certain people
they indulge
have
George.
certain people have removed themselves early from that discussion. For Vadrana is like, I wasn't part of this shit. Not my problem. I'm gone. Because she's smart enough to. Sadik is like, we told him to stop. It's like, we were going to get you, and then other people intervened. We had him, like, he's fully prepared to throw Carrick under the bus. In the best way possible.
Yeah, that's my question.
PB, do you have a question for me?
Yeah. What did Connor say anything when he came and dropped off the phosphorus I asked him for?
You're gonna have to wait till next week for that. Because technically he's still upstairs.
Oh, spicy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You'll find out next week. Sorry. Hey, Norden, do you have a question?
Yes. If a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, will Kadarin come back with love in his heart?
Those are two separate questions.
No, but only if the tree falls. I know if the tree doesn't fall and no one is there to hear it, he won't. But
No. It's the question. It's the question of. The question is, will Kadarin come back, or will Kadarin come back with love in his heart? Those are two separate points.
Torture.
Yes.
Gotcha.
But what am I saying yes to? You don't know. We'll find out. But hey everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you, Norden, for jumping in. I'm sorry you had to go to work, and I thank you for joining us even after working. I understand how draining that can be, but I'm glad you had fun and were willing to come join us. Also, always fun. I personally loved the Carrick using the targeted missile that is Runa to try and get through to George, while also stepping back out of the blast radius a little bit. You know, trying to
No
at
comment.
least.
No comment. No,
I noticed. It's fine. I
I'm not-
noticed. I also did like that we finally got to have a conversation between Carrick and Conir that was not under the pressure and weight of either a curse or the house being attacked or a performance or anything, that the two of them could just attempt to have a conversation. We'll see what happens after the fact. And the trying to take care of George but realizing it's not going to happen. So here, have an angry dwarven doctor. Have angry dwarven doctor at him. I loved PB, both angry dwarven Runa, mwah, peak, but also the you are going to get stuff. I don't care if I actually need it or not. You are going to go with him. He's going to get it easy. And you're just going to go get stuff. Just go away. Just go away.
Like, get out of my face. I can't look at you right now. And so I'm not mad at you. Go do something productive. Went very mom on him.
Went very mom on him. It was kind of hilarious. It was epic. I did like the conversations. I mean, like, I always love playing off of you, but I also loved the conversation with Legless that highlighted parts of the conversation with Conir about that backstory that we are getting more of, that I have over here in pages form. It's great.
Terrifying.
And a spreadsheet. There's a table involved. It's great for me. I appreciated it so much. And Pope, thank you. I loved everything about George today, but I particularly loved, especially the willingness to have that conversation with the voice in a way that was perhaps not what George necessarily wanted, but what he needed in that moment. And it was beautiful, and thank you. Also, I am here for attempting to distract yourself from curse about sleeping and staying up for 24 hours. That will have no negative side effects whatsoever. None. But thank you everybody for being here. Thank you to the raids that came in. I appreciate it. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. You can find me back here on Sunday, more with these wonderful, fabulous people, playing some more Witcher. You can also, hey, you missed out on anything today, or you missed out on anything else previously, there's the YouTube. By the way, yesterday was the premiere on YouTube of episode 1 of season 2 of Truly Madly Falkenstein, where I, Laugh Love Lindy, and Trooper SJP get to play in the world of New Europa as created by Chris Geary. And it's great. It's fun. There's season 1 is on YouTube, and season 2 will be coming out on every other Saturday. So episode 1 was last night, and then in 2 weeks we'll have episode 2. And I'm just going to say we need to decide if you are Team Vern or Team Moriarty. I put this out to you all to make that decision. Yes, you are. We know that Norden is Team World Crime League, and Pope is Team Ministry of Science, Minister of Science for France. Great, but check it out, see what you think. Do all of the things, like, share, subscribe, do all the YouTube things. Okay. I also see everybody over on YouTube. Thank you again for all of the love and support that you give us. I really appreciate it. I will be talking with Trooper. There will be a Lord Math experience coming. It has to do with when his schedule is available, so there. And something will be coming in June. And I can't wait to talk about it yet, but I really can't wait to, because I'm having a lot of fun doing an aggressive amount of research, but it's me, so what do you expect, everybody? But again, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you for sharing with this fabulous story that we've got going on. And we're gonna go over and raid into Jess, Little Cup of Joe, and send them some love and joy. Because yeah, it's a good night. So I will see you all next time, and I'm just gonna say, there are 3 D100 rolls that are still outstanding, that haven't been resolved yet. Yeah, one of those is the 100. Bye-bye, everybody.